The Anthropocene emergency we face is immensely complex, but the basic problem is easy to understand. Our choices have shaped the world we live in. To change the world, we must make better choices. This is the central moral challenge of the 21st century. It begins with our own choices, but it also requires deep changes in our economies and societies. It is up to us to commit to a world that is nurturing, sustainable, and just. Our faith traditions call on all of us to acknowledge the damage we have done to our planet. We will align our actions with our faith and our ethics. We will courageously confront the consequences of our actions. We will change our behavior. We will become passionate stewards of our planet. We will accept the responsibility we each have for the care of creation. We will hold our nation's leaders responsible to these same values. Please join us by endorsing this statement and sending your comments. We urge you to make a specific, permanent change in your own life and share this statement with someone you love. Together, we can change our future. And we will.
Please welcome to the stage members of the Parliament's Climate Action Task Force, Debra Boudreaux, Caleb Nyquist, and Mahkrukh Motafram, to give an interfaith invocation.
Let us turn our hearts and minds to the ultimate mystery.
The source of all being and truth.
We ask for wisdom, love, and strength.
And courage in our commitment to action, to care for all life and for Earth, our common home.
We will now hear from David Hales, trustee and chair of the Parliament's Climate Action Task Force. Previously, Hales served as president of the College of the Atlantic, chair and president of Second Nature, the managing organization of the American College and University's President's Climate Commitments, and as the director of the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. He also led environmental policy and sustainability programs for the U.S. Agency of International Development. As a diplomat, he has represented the United States in numerous negotiations on climate change, urban affairs and policy, and biodiversity. He served in the Carter administration as Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Interior and was the first American to serve as chair of the World Heritage Convention. Please welcome to the stage David Hales.
We are in a battle for the sustainability of our planet and for the souls of our children. The past 2 months have been the 2 warmest months in the history of the human race. In July, 8,000 temperature records were broken in the United States alone. Devastating wildfires have occurred in more than 20 nations. Summer in the southern hemisphere is yet to come, as are the effects of a strong El Nino on a climate-changed world. The ocean has never been warmer. The Arctic and the Antarctic have changed, perhaps irreparably. Climate change affects almost every relationship, those that provide stability to natural ecosystems, and those which affect how we treat each other. The political and the economic systems, the distribution of wealth, and our rights as humans. But you know all of this, don't you? Nothing I said was news to you. You see it in every newspaper. You see it on television stations daily. What really matters is what that means to you. You have lived, and you are living, through the transition of our parents' world to a less predictable world where climate disasters have already begun to be the new normal. It will get worse before it could possibly get better. We have chosen this world with our choices and actions, with our greed and selfishness and ignorance. We have sold our birthrights for the trinkets and convenience of consumerism. The luxuries of the wealthy and the privileged have taken necessities from the poor and the powerless. And yet this is a convening of hope. It is a convening of hope, for just as we have chosen today, we can choose a difference for tomorrow. There are 90, that is worth welcoming, and it's time to shift now to those hopes. So what can we do? In the 90 or so programs that are part of the climate track, there are seeds of hope. People who are accomplishing, people who are learning lessons, people who deserve to be celebrated, including all of you. And I hope from those 90 programs we will see a flourishing reality. And those are nested in the programs of the rest of the convening, which are also rooted in justice and in hope and in human rights. We can succeed because we've just passed another tipping point, as the introductory film said. Climate denial is no longer possible for anyone of good faith and common sense. It is impossible. Our fossil fuel-based economy has passed its peak. Investments in renewable energy are now almost double new investments in oil and gas year by year. And renewable energy will become less expensive, more available, and more reliable, and the market choice will inevitably drive fossil fuel off the market. So let's say clearly that there is no need anywhere in any nation for there to be more discovery of oil and gas. We already have all we need. We could never burn what we have. If we do, this planet will be a cinder, and the time for all oil and gas exploration to end is today. If COP28 does not say that as clearly as I just did, then COP28 will be a failure. We also have to commit to phasing out the production and use of the fossil fuels, the reserves of which we already have. And it should be on a schedule determined by the needs of our planet, not the greed of the rich. And it's also time to end the election to public office of anyone who denies the reality of human-caused climate change. The root of such denial is ignorance, or corruption, or cowardice, or a mixture of the three, and there is no reason for us to accept ignorance, corruption, and cowardice in our public officials. We must demand honesty and courage and common sense. The emergence of climate emergencies also begs us to consider our relationships to one another. And that, of course, is the foundational theme of this gathering, defending freedom and human rights. At the core of all human rights is a healthy environment, clean air, clean water, productive land, and healthy life, not just humans, but healthy life. 4 simple standards for our actions. If what you do will make water dirty, don't do it. If what you do will make land less productive, don't do it. If what you do takes life away from another creature on this planet, don't do it. We will gather again. We will gather again on Friday in Climate Assembly to commit ourselves to actions, to inspire and to support each other, and to celebrate what we can do to make this a better world, a healthy world of freedom and dignity characterized by clean air, clean water, productive land, and healthy life. Thank you.
It is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker this evening, William Barber III. Barber serves as the founder and CEO of Rural Beacon Initiative and the Director of Equitable Investment and Energy Justice at the Coalition for Green Capital. Barber's background includes a degree in environmental physics from North Carolina Central University and a degree in environmental law and policy from the UNC School of Law. He possesses nearly a decade of social justice organizing, focusing on environmental and climate justice issues. In Barber's previous roles, he facilitated campaign efforts to oppose the now-defeated Atlantic Coast Pipeline, as well as coordinated participation of the North Carolina Poor People's Campaign. Barber's work has been featured in numerous outlets, including NextGen's 30 Under 30 Young Black Changemakers and in PayPal's Rising Leaders series. Please welcome William Barber III.
Good afternoon. Our fierce urgency of now. On August 28, 1963, some 250,000 Americans gathered in the nation's capital to make part in the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. At this march, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King took the podium where he first articulated the idea of a fierce urgency of now, an idea that there was such a thing as being too late. He urged the nation to recognize that it was not a time for apathy or complacency, but instead was a time for vigorous and positive action. On April 4th, 1967, exactly 1 year prior to his assassination in 1968, King once again uttered the refrain at the esteemed Riverside Church in New York City. There he addressed a diverse group of over 3,000 clergy as he was accompanied by Amherst College professor Henry Commanger, Union Theological Seminary President John Bennett, and Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, a multiracial, multi-ethnic delegation diverse in appearance but united in their commitment to justice and equality. King, in his words, spoke, "We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. Life often leaves us standing bare, naked, and dejected with the lost opportunity. The tide in the affairs of men does not remain at this flood. It ebbs, it ebbs, it ebbs. The writing finger, having writ, moves on. We must move past indecision to action. We must find new ways to speak for peace and justice throughout the developing world, a world that borders on our doors. Now let us begin. Now let us rededicate ourselves to the long and bitter but beautiful struggle for a new world." In 1967, these words were spoken. Now, 56 years later, Dr. King's words ring true with renewed vigor as we face our own fierce urgency of now. When we look at the national and global landscape and at the state of current affairs, the reality is that we are bearing witness to our own fierce urgency of now. When we look at the global climate crisis, of which UN Climate Change Deputy Executive Secretary Ovais Samad said climate change threatens to undo the last 50 years of progress in development, global health, and poverty reduction, we are in a fierce urgency of now. When we look at our continued struggle for justice, freedom, equality, democracy, there is a fierce urgency of now. Now, as I stand before each of you, I realize that I am talking to a group of highly intelligent, highly informed people. You all are, as in society in general is, plugged into the world, the challenges, the threats we face, threats and challenges that make us question our ability to restore the belief in hope, the belief in the possibility of life, not only among ourselves, but among others. Threats that admittedly each one of us as people of faith have seen and have sometimes caused us to shake our heads, have sometimes caused us to stumble, caused us to lose a little hope, caused us to lose a little faith, and shake our dream of a better tomorrow. But in spite of that being the case, as I stand and struggle with each of you, as we face unprecedented challenge and unknown futures, I want to speak to you all and to remind myself as we ask the question of how to maintain faith in a time of social upheaval, how to maintain faith and hope in the face of overwhelming odds, I want to tell you all that the answer is that we must continue to dream. Langston Hughes, one of the great black poets of the Harlem Renaissance, put it this way: hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren, frozen field with snow. Eleanor Roosevelt said it like this: the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. These moments of challenge that we face are not new, nor are they challenges that have just come about in our lifetime. Dreams and the possibility of life did not just come under attack in our lifetime. Look at history before us. There was a history of slavery. The lives of millions of people were snatched by that hellish nightmare. And yet, what did we see happen? The dreamers stood up. Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, the abolitionists were born. And they not only dared to dream a different reality, they worked to bring that reality to life. And this happens in every generation. This choice must be made. Whether we collectively and individually will choose to believe the dream or choose to despair and believe the nightmare. And we as people of faith are especially needed to remind the world that faith isn't at its best when things are easy. Faith is at its best when challenges exist that we cannot solve in of ourselves. As people of faith, we are called to remind ourselves and the world of the strengths of our dreams. Whenever there's a system of oppression, whenever there's injustice, the greatest threat to that system are the dreamers, because it is the dreamers who retain the faith and the hope that things can change. So as I close, I encourage each and every one of you, hold on to dreams. Hold on to dreams. Hold on to dreams. On climate, we know the challenge. James Farmer Jr., the founder of the Congress on Racial Equality, said in the 1960s that if we do not save the environment, then whatever we do in civil rights will be of no meaning, because we will all have the equality of extinction. We've seen the turmoil caused by global upheavals in the form of rampant poverty, extreme heat, but we have to keep the faith. We've seen powerful politicians and oligarchs attempt to get in the way of societal progress and frustrate our best efforts to build movements of the people for the people. But we have to keep the faith. We've seen that generations of leaders have come and gone. Years of struggle have been threatened by denial of or reckless inaction and have sometimes caused us to weep. But we have to keep the faith. We have to keep the faith. Because as we look around in this room, each of our presence is testament that the universe will always raise up a remnant. Each of our presence here is testament that though there is work to be done, hope is not lost. Each of our presence here illustrates what is said in my faith tradition, that where two or three are gathered together, the Creator is in the midst. We face a fierce urgency of now, where we must change the priorities of a society which claims to be the most powerful in history. Each of us in this moment is met with a moral and a generational obligation not to despair, but to continue to work to effect change, not just to hope for it, but to see it enacted, if there is to be a future. And in doing so, we each redeem ourselves and prove ourselves worthy of the great human experiment. Let our prayer be like the Franciscans who said, "May God bless us with discomfort at easy answers, half-truths and superficial relationships, so that we may live from deep within our heart. May God bless us with righteous moral anger at injustice, oppression, and exploitation of God's creation, so that we may work for justice, freedom, and peace. Let us fill the whole earth with the song of hope and redemption in this hour, and sign with our lives the old hymn which says, 'Revive us again. Fill each heart with thy love. Let each soul be rekindled with the fire from above. Lord, rekindle in us a fire for justice, a fire for truth, a fire for hope, that we may change the world as it needs be. Revive us again.'" Hallelujah. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chicago-based youth advocate Danica Hsin. As an incoming high school senior at Illinois Mathematics and Science Academy, Danica is passionate about amplifying the voices of youth at the intersections of climate action, technology, entrepreneurship, and female empowerment. She has experience in the climate movement leading strikes, speaking to representatives, advocating for plant-based eating in sustainable fashion, mentoring various environmental clubs in the Chicago area, educating her communities to action, and working to bring municipal composting to her residential school. Danica will be attending COP28 as one of 5 Chicago area youth representing the organization It's Our Future. Danica serves on the leadership team of Climate Reality Chicago, where she also co-heads the youth action team independently known as the Chicago Climate Youth Coalition. She is also the co-head of Fridays for the Future Chicago and co-president of the environmental club, Club Terra. Please welcome Danica Hsin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Danica Hsin. I'm a senior in high school, and I turned 17 3 weeks ago. At this point, I've been in climate activism for about a third of my life, doing things such as leading chants at strikes, speaking to representatives, and running climate literacy programs. We are gathered here this week to defend freedom and human rights. Well, climate change endangers and harms fundamental human needs, which makes it an issue of human rights, especially for the younger and future generations who will experience the worst of the crisis. So I'm here right now to ask all of you in attendance to defend the human right of youth to inherit a safe environment and standard of living. When I was young, I heard about climate change, and it was always implied that it was a future issue that really would never impact me and would happen far into the future. But I now realize that is the complete wrong mindset. It's happening now, and it impacts everyone. Climate change does not pick and choose. No matter your geographic location, socioeconomic status, or whether you believe in climate change or not, everyone is impacted. And nothing can protect you except for rapid and serious action. And as most of you probably know, we're already seeing these consequences everywhere. And when I look out into the world and I see the increased pollution from wildfires, flash floods, and severe weather, I know that those are just glimpses into my future. And I'm scared. I'm scared for what my life will look like in 15 years, for what type of world my children will grow up in. So youth are crucial in the climate movement. We must be given a role in the discussions that determine the livability of our future. We have ideas, thoughts, and stories that we want to share. But those ideas are only as good as our ability to communicate and implement them. And we need your help to communicate and implement those ideas. So deliberately create spaces for youth at places like this, places like COP28 and the Parliament of World Religions. I am so fortunate to be able to attend COP28 this year, and you best believe I'm making the most out of that opportunity, ensuring that I have the most impact possible to represent all the other youth that are not able to attend. And just like how we want adults to listen to us youth also want to learn from you guys. So mentor us and form partnerships. Educate the youth not yet involved in the movement and empower them, bringing them to action. And now I want everyone to pause and take a second to think. What did you worry about at age 17? What do you imagine a teenager in the United States typically worries about? Maybe clothes, the new iPhone? But nowadays, so many other youth, just like I am, are sacrificing short-term for long-term priorities. Sacrificing hours after school in school board meetings, writing climate action plans, or implementing composting into our cafeterias. Sacrificing our diets. I've been vegan for over 3 years now. And we are sacrificing our education, skipping weeks of school to strike and attend events like COP. And we're trying to do all this and still just be kids. A study surveying 10,000 youth from 10 different countries found that 6 in 10 youth are very or extremely worried about the climate crisis, and 46% say this worry negatively impacts their lives. But within this despair, we youth find hope in stepping up to take action and seeing others take action. Everyone in this room has influence and power. And we need people like you to join us in unity to create this hope and lighten the burden. To use the resources and perspectives of older and younger generations together. And we need those empowered to step up to their responsibilities and duty to fight for their youth. As parents, take action in the name of your responsibility to provide a safe and thriving future for the children you love. As religious figures, take action in the name of protecting this beautiful planet that our creators or whatever higher entity you believe in gave us. And as decision makers, take action in the name of protecting your constituents, your duty to the people you represent. So whatever role you serve in, live up to those duties and responsibilities and fight for intergenerational justice. Finally, for the few youth who may be in audience, know you are fiery and passionate and you can make change, so use your voice. And to the adults, the youth need you. It is not too late. Amplify our voices and join us to create change and unity. We need all of you, both the adults in positions of power and the adults in our everyday lives, to fight. So fight for your children and fight with us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chicago-based youth advocate Jelena Collins, an 18-year-old environmentalist who's been in the field since she was a young teenager. She'll begin her penultimate year at McGill University in Montreal in the fall, where she's studying atmospheric science and physics. Originally from Chicago, she has experience organizing local youth activists and running her own nonprofit, the Climate Youth Coalition. She's also helped create green policies on every scale. This includes helping write the Chicago Climate Action Plan, working for Chicago public schools, lobbying and striking for state legislature, and representing youth at international UN climate conferences. Please welcome Jelena Collins.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for being here today. My name is Jelena Collins, and I'm so excited to be with you all this afternoon. I've been involved in environmentalism since I was a kid, and I feel like I've been really lucky to sort of grow up alongside the movement. I'm 18 years old now, and I'm starting my second year studying climate science at McGill University in just a few days, but it was really my experiences out in nature as a little kid, plus a mom who exposed me early to environmental activism that got me here today. At age 14, I had my first exposure to more hands-on style sustainability work when I volunteered with my mom at a green film festival here in Chicago. Since then, I've become exponentially more involved with the movement, and I've been lucky enough to be able to pursue my passion for climate science while advocating for and shaping policies on international, federal, statewide, and local levels. At UN climate conferences at both Glasgow and Montreal, I was able to watch environmental policies be debated and written firsthand, while trying to make sure that the voices of young people were incorporated into every decision that was made. I worked with the youth-led Sunrise Movement to advocate for the Green New Deal in the US and to teach other young people the power that they hold. I've organized strikes and conferences to support the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act here in Illinois, and I was the only high school student on the team that produced Chicago's Climate Action Plan with the mayor's office. I've been incredibly lucky to work with such a wonderful variety of people and to learn about sustainability in so many contexts, and I've come out of it with a good understanding of how I feel the best progress is made. Although my experiences have taken me from Scotland to small businesses on the northwest side of Chicago, they all had a common theme. In each, I encountered diverse groups of people with a shared goal of fighting the climate crisis. Oftentimes, I've found that the inherent diversity of these groups is what allows them to make impactful change. Whether that's a diversity of educational backgrounds, ages, fields, or even religions, the best ideas come about when everyone is thinking uniquely and collaborating. In my case, when I've done more official work in sustainability, I've almost always been given the role of what I like to call the token young person. This has meant that in nearly all of my policy experiences, although I'm grateful to have been included, I've been the only person under the age of 30 in a room of adults who don't necessarily value my opinion. This is frustrating, of course, because I feel like I have a lot to offer and more experience than I may look like I have, but it's even more frustrating when I've seen and understood the value of cooperation in fighting for the climate. I understand the importance of diversity in this field, and I want everyone else to understand it too. When I was at my first UN climate conference in Glasgow, I met a man named Uli Lucy. He was the only delegate at the conference from the Kingdom of Tonga, which is located in the Western Pacific, and he was one of the first people I had ever met whose community was actively experiencing the effects of sea level rise. In the face of this incredible loss, rather than letting his circumstances weigh him down, Uli harnessed his greatest ingenuity and partnered with an architect from New Zealand. With the funding from New Zealand and a young team generating creative ideas, the two were able to develop a construction plan to physically elevate the island on top of itself to preserve the Tongan people and the culture as best they could. This type of climate mitigation was a completely novel suggestion, and it only came about thanks to the diversity of the crew who developed it, which included Tongans and New Zealanders of all ages and backgrounds. And it's exactly the sort of innovation that we need in this field. Young people are the ones who provide that innovation. People my age have been born into an unfortunate situation. We have the weight of a dying planet on our shoulders, and yet we aren't the ones who caused this problem. We're so much less listened to and less respected than the adults who got us here in the first place. But we also have so much to offer. Young people are creative, we're good with technology, and we aren't stuck in doing things the way that they've always been done. We're the perfect people to combat the climate crisis, a problem the likes of which humanity has never had to face. But we also can't do it alone. It takes a combination of backgrounds, of skills, and of people to tackle an obstacle as large and as urgent as this one. Young people need to be valued, but progress can really only be made through diversity. By coming together as we are today, as a group of people from every belief system and every corner of the world, we continue to fight to save the one thing that we all share, which is this planet. Thank you.
Our next esteemed guest comes to us via video message. A past Parliament luminary and an iconic environmental leader, we will hear next from Dr. Jane Goodall. Her discovery in 1960 that chimpanzees make and use tools rocked the scientific world and redefined the relationship between humans and animals. In 1977, she established the Jane Goodall Institute to advance her work around the world and for generations to come. The Institute continues the field research at Gombe and builds on Dr. Goodall's innovative approach to conservation, which recognizes the central role that people play in the well-being of animals and the environment. In 1991, she founded Roots and Shoots, a global program that empowers young people in nearly 60 countries to act as the informed conservation leaders that the world so urgently needs. Dr. Goodall is a UN Messenger of Peace and Dame Commander of the British Empire. Please turn your attention to the screens for a message from Dr. Jane Goodall.
Hello, this is Jane Goodall, and I really wish I could be with you all. I'm speaking from the house where I was brought up in the UK. I was brought up as a Christian. My grandfather was a congregational minister. We went to church and worshipped God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. But my wise mother told me that if I'd been born to a Jewish family, I'd worship Jehovah, to a Muslim family, Allah, to a Native American family, the Creator, and so on. I've really worked to understand all these different religions. I've given talks, not about religion per se, but in synagogues, mosques, temples, and also churches and cathedrals of different Christian denominations. There's one thing shared by all the major religions, the Golden Rule, that bids us do to others as you would have them do to you. What a wonderful world it would be if we all followed that rule. Sadly, but understandably, many people have turned away from organized religion. The church where we used to go in my hometown, like so many others, is now expecting money from everyone in the congregation. In other words, you're charged for attending a service. It's understandable. After all, many churches rely increasingly on donations from their congregations to keep the church going. But it does take away from the spiritual atmosphere, and many people now prefer to pray in private. But far worse is the proliferation of fanaticism, hatred and violence that is now associated with Muslims, Jews, and the Christian far right, the extremists. We only have to think of the Crusades, the ongoing Israel-Palestine violence, the conflicts between Hindus and Muslims, the Taliban and their acts of terrorism and cruelty to women, all in the name of God. And there are many other groups that are ignoring the dictates of their faith. They make a mockery of the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." And so many people today are agnostic, even atheist, but they often do what some would describe as God's work. They're humanitarians who work along with believers to alleviate poverty and to fight injustice, inequality, ignorance, racism, gender discrimination, child slavery, sweatshops, cruelty to humans and animals, dictatorships, the re-emergence of fascism, and so on. But there are also countless numbers who are caught up in a materialistic, selfish, and unsustainable lifestyle. And this is placing unrealistic demands on the planet's finite and shrinking natural resources. This, of course, has led to climate change and loss of biodiversity. And it's fortunate that environmentalists around the globe are trying to find ways to at least slow down the warming of the globe and the extinction of species. It's really sad that so many of us are becoming increasingly separated from nature, trapped in a world of TV, laptops, video games, and social media. Sad because we need to know and love the natural world in order to want to protect it. Moreover, we need time in nature for ourselves, for our mental and physical health. St. Francis of Assisi was a mystic who lived a simple life, and he not only helped the poor, but was a lover of nature and animals. He saw God reflected in the natural world. When I was on my own in the rainforests of Gombe, where I studied chimpanzees for years, I became part of nature, and I felt such a strong connection with the great spiritual power, which, with my Christian upbringing, I would call God. I was awed by the wonder of nature and felt a close connection, not only with the animals, but with the whole environment. Like St. Francis, I would greet familiar trees and the streams and the peak from which I used to watch the chimps. And I felt awe and wonder as I lay at night, looking up at the stars, sensing the infinity of the universe. Those years strengthened me. How else could I go around the world trying to energize those who have lost hope and fallen into apathy or become depressed or angry and sometimes violent? When I'm weary and sad, I still seek solace in nature. Just now, I looked out of the window at the beech tree I climbed as a child. I saw a robin on the bird table, his red breast glowing in the sunlight, and I felt again that sense of wonder and awe. Each leaf, each feather, the sun itself, was the work of an unseen hand. Some of the greatest scientists, such as Einstein, believe that behind the creation of the universe there is an intelligence, which is, of course, just another name for God. It's so important to understand that we are not only part of the natural world, but we depend on it for food, water, air, everything. But we depend on healthy ecosystems. And ecosystems are made up of a complex mix of interconnected plants and animals, each with a role to play in the glorious living web of life. And when more and more species disappear, the web will hang in tatters and the ecosystem will collapse. This is happening around the world as we destroy one ecosystem after another, as we pollute air, water, land. The so-called greenhouse gases, CO2, methane, and so on, now blanket the globe and trap the heat of the sun. And this, has led to ever-rising temperatures, and this is changing weather patterns everywhere. This is why we have more frequent and often terrifying hurricanes, floods, droughts, heat waves, and wildfires. The natural world, God's creation, is calling out for help, begging us to take action before it's too late. Fortunately, there is growing awareness that we need a new relationship with the natural world, that there cannot be unlimited economic development on a planet with finite natural resources and growing populations of people and livestock, at least not if everyone aspires to the unsustainable lifestyles of the well-to-do. This knowledge has triggered many groups in many countries to tackle the causes of the mess we find ourselves in and try to come up with solutions. People are always asking if I really have hope for the future, because I've seen so much human and animal suffering and environmental destruction. To me, hope is not passive, wishful thinking. It's about action, working to make our wish a reality. And without hope that our efforts will make a difference, why bother? When people tell me they feel hopeless and helpless, I tell them, don't think about global problems, but think about something you care about in your own community, whether it be waste, cruel treatment of animals, homelessness, whatever it is. And I suggest they get a group of friends together, discuss the problem, roll up their sleeves, and do something about it. Then they'll see that they can make a difference, and they feel good about that, and they want to do more, and this inspires others to join them. And then, realizing that there are groups like theirs all over the world, they find hope. Let me share my main reasons for hope. Firstly, the amazing human brains we humans have been blessed with. More and more people are coming up with ways to develop a better relationship with the natural world, protecting forests and other ecosystems, turning to ways of farming that do not rely on the chemical and poisonous pesticides and herbicides that destroy biodiversity and the soil on which we depend. And they also make people sick, because there are better ways to farm, such as regenerative farming, permaculture, agroforestry, and so on. Small family farms are once again starting to make profit as more people think about the food they eat, so that eventually there will be an end to the horrific suffering of animals in factory farms. Then there's the scientific technology, such as the use of sun, wind, and tides to give us renewable energy, and machines that capture and store CO2 from the atmosphere, and that can lead to the end of our use of polluting fossil fuels. And there are now alternatives to the use of animals in medical research that can save thousands of sentient beings from depression, fear, and pain, and are more effective and cheaper. Another reason for hope is the resilience of nature. If we give it a chance and perhaps some help, it will reclaim areas we've utterly destroyed so that biodiversity, that glorious living web of life, can return. And animals on the brink of extinction can be given another chance. Another reason for hope is the indomitable human spirit. The people who tackle what seems impossible refuse to give up, and often they succeed. And even if they don't, they inspire others to work towards the same goal. We only need to think of Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, Rachel Carson, whose book Silent Spring started an environmental movement back in the 70s. And then a growing number of individuals or small companies are challenging the giant corporations that are harming the planet. Why? Because they want to make short-term profit at the expense of saving the environment for the future. Recently, A number of these dedicated individuals have challenged giants like Monsanto and won. We all have that indomitable spirit. We must have the courage to join the fight to save our planet. Perhaps my greatest reason for hope is the energy, commitment, and determination of young people when they understand the problems and are empowered to take action. I'm really inspired by the environmental and humanitarian program for young people, Roots and Shoots, that I began in 1991. It's now in 69 countries and growing. Its main message is that every one of us makes an impact on the planet every day, and we can choose what sort of impact we make. And even small ethical choices as to what we eat and wear, what we buy, how we treat each other, animals, and the environment, when they're made by millions of us, cumulatively make a significant difference. We have thousands of groups of all ages, from kindergarten through university, and more adults are joining the movement. Each group chooses projects to help people, to help animals, to help the environment, and we partner with other youth groups around the world. Because we link groups from different countries and cultures, they're discovering that far more important than the color of our skin, our language, our culture, our religion, is the fact we're all human. We all laugh and cry, know joy and depression and love. We're working to bring together young leaders from Palestine and Israel, and if any of you could help us to locate such groups, I'd be so happy. Roots and Shoots partner with youth groups all around the world. In Tanzania, where Roots and Shoots began, we see perfect harmony between Christian and Muslim youth. We celebrate the UN International Day of Peace, flying giant peace doves made of old bedsheets and chicken wire with 20-foot wingspans, and they're carried on long poles. And we sing our peace song, for music as a language understood by all cultures. Finally, for some of us, there's our belief in the great spiritual power in which we live and move and have our being, a power that can support and give us the strength we need to confront the massive problems we have brought upon ourselves. The major religions are powerful, with great influence over their thousands of followers. Recently, Pope Francis called upon world leaders to do more to limit polluting emissions. The situation is indeed urgent, and all of us, from all cultures and all religions, must collaborate and take action to protect and restore the natural world before it's too late. Thank you.
From Buddhist Churchy Charity Foundation. We are now going to lead a Buddhist prayer. Kindly put your palms together. As we pray, let's imagine the world filled of compassion and love.
In my heart, I feel deep gratefulness. All my heart is filled with sincere praise.
May people's minds be purified, society be peaceful, and may the world be free of disasters. Thank you.
Coming to us via video message, our next speaker is Dharma Master Hsin, the founder of the Museum of World Religions, the Global Family for Love and Peace nonprofit, and the Lingjiao Shan Monastery. Please direct your attention to the screens for a message from the Dharma Master.
各位尊敬的宗教领袖，各位宗教界的好朋友，大家吉祥平安。今天我们的题目是捍卫自由与人权。我们必须从人类永续发展来看待这个题目，才有意义。现在地球和人类已经面临生死存亡的关键时刻。气候暖化让南北极冰山融化，海水即将淹没陆地。加拿大森林大火烧树叶，大片森林的资源燃烧殆尽，各地水旱灾不断，暴雨、飓风、灾难频传，战争、武器、核子试爆，更加速烘烤地球，让地球成为一个大暖炉。春夏秋冬四季消失，植物种子无法生长，粮食危机已经到来。这些都是眼前的事情，我们怎么能不想办法改变这一切？虽然现在全球政商科技业各领域已经展开行动，联合国 COP 也积极的讨论寻找办法，包括人工智慧高度发展。我呼吁这些都要以灵性为基础，固守好道德伦理，不要破坏生态。技术和政策只能治标，唯有人心的觉醒和改变才是治本的方法。要觉醒和改变什么呢？要认知灵性及生态，生态是灵性，灵性跟生态是合一的，这是平等关系，也是伙伴关系，而不是掠夺关系。尊重物种存在的价值，包容彼此生存的空间，分享共同的成果，这就是多元共生、相依共存、互济共生的道理，是生命共同的根源，是形成生态的 DNA。万物在灵性中彼此串联成生命共同体，成为伙伴关系的生态。从灵性中觉醒，在生活中做出改变，人心共同的觉醒，是人类生存的最后机会。地球只有一个，继续破坏生态的结果就是大家 一起灭亡。所以，我再次的至诚邀请大家灵性觉醒，跨界合作，从宗教界开始，共同推动灵性觉醒，让破坏者反省改正，大家通力合作，找出复原生态和解决生态危机的办法，同时也要终结战争，以及销毁核子武器，这样才能消弭地球和人类的生存危机，还给大家一个干净、和平、永续的生态环境，这才是真正的自由和人权。我在缅甸筹备生命和平大学，将灵性观与生态保护整合成一套实践系统，培育各领域的人才，在共同理念下化成行动来解决问题。最后，愿灵性觉醒带来改变的力量，让生态和谐美好，世界和平无争，生态永续，人类才能永续。
Please welcome our next speaker, Elder Moogy Sumner. Moogy is a world-renowned performer and cultural ambassador of Wurundjeri arts, crafts, martial arts, and traditional culture. He is a strong supporter of innovative art and has featured in many media productions and cultural collaborations. His work focuses on traditional canoe building and reigniting the ceremonial fires along ancient trade routes of the Darling and Murray Rivers, which is continuing as an annual arts project. Moogy lives and works in Adelaide and Camp-Horinek, South Australia. He serves as an Wurundjeri Regional Board Authority member and as a board member of Black Dance Australia. Please welcome Moogy Sumner.
Good afternoon. What I'd like to talk about is our part of the country, where I live, where I grew up, what I done as a kid, what I done when I followed my uncles, my dad, my grandparents, all the things that we done to look after the land. I'm still doing that today. I'm teaching my grandchildren, my children, my great-grandchildren, teaching them about looking after the environment, looking after the land that we live on, looking after the animals. We travel from our part of the country down on the River Murray, the Coorong, on the Southern Ocean, all the way up to a place in New South Wales, and we dance. We celebrate the river, the water, and we dance different groups. We go through, because we're in Ngaranjeri in Ghana, we travel up to all the other groups, and we dance from there all the way down to on the River Murray, to Lake Alexandrina, to the Coorong. It's a mixture of fresh and salt water. We dance all the way down there. It takes us about 10 days. We dance at a different spot every night. The welcome is done by that group. They welcome us into their country. Then we'll move on. As we're moving on, some of the people from that country will come with us. And then we'll go through the same process all the way down. So we travel up there with about maybe 40 people. When we get back down the end of the river, there's maybe 800 to 1,000 people dancing. All different people paint up differently. It's a big festival. We celebrate the river, celebrate the ocean, looking after and dancing and looking after different parts of the land. We talk about that land. We show people. Some people come and they travel with us. They come to watch. They come to take pictures. They come to, because they're interested in what we're doing. Most of them, by the time they get to the end of the river, they're dancing with us. They're painted up with us. So, you know, it's a learning thing for people, teaching them that the land that we live on, this, what the Ngaranyeri called Mother Earth, if we stuff this up, there's nowhere else for us to go. We can't just go to the next planet and start living there. This is home for everyone. So it's everyone's responsibility to look after it, to be there, to learn the ceremonies, to sing the songs of the land, to do the dances, but also be responsible. Not just looking after the land, but look after ourselves, look after each other. Because we need each other. We're not there just because we want to live in an area and this is ours. No. We have to look after each other. All the things that we do, all the places we travel, looking after the fish. Make sure there's enough fish for everyone. The food that grows in our area, the berries, they need fresh water, same as we do. Our bodies need fresh water. If we don't have water to drink, if we don't have water for the plants. One year there in Australia, we had a drought for about 12 years straight. And me and my family said, well, okay, we need to start something going. So we started dancing, talking about the river, talking about all the different things that it's connected to. As we traveled, we can see the clouds coming behind us as we danced of a night time. You can see the thunder in the clouds. You can see the clouds move and you can hear the thunder rattling. Once we finished dancing, then the rain come in and rained. So next day when we started again, the rain would stop. And the clouds and that followed us all the way down. It was like someone was telling them, the clouds, this is what we want to do. So they followed us all the way down to the end of the River Murray. And they rained. One night there on a place called Lake Albert, we were dancing about 200 and something meters out on the lake bed. And guess what? When we finished dancing, the rain came. As it came and we was walking off with the boomerangs, singing the songs, the rain was washing the paint off of us. So things like that. If you want to look at something like that, you just Google my name, Major Sumner, and you'll see a video there. Ringberlin, river ceremony. That'll show you all the stuff that I do around ceremonies, around looking after the land. And when we have the ceremony down there, it's open to anyone. Everyone could come. We get buses, put people on buses, and we travel. So if you want to come and learn, come and dance, come and be a part of healing, not just for the land and the river, but healing ourselves, you're welcome to come. Just look up my name, and we'll have it advertised when we're going to have it next time. So I do a lot of stuff around culture. You could see me doing things around throwing boomerangs and making them, showing people how to do that. I hand that on to people so that it's never lost. So thank you very much for listening to me, and thanks to people of this land for allowing me to speak on their country. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Casey Camp-Horinek, a longtime Native rights activist, environmentalist, and actress. As traditional drumkeeper for the Ponca Patata Women's Scalp Dance Society, Camp-Horinek helps maintain the cultural identity of the Ponca Nation of Oklahoma for herself, her family, and her community. She has been at the forefront of grassroots community efforts to educate and empower both Native and non-Native community members on environmental and civil rights issues. In April of 2008, Camp-Horinek, as a delegate of the Indigenous Environmental Network, was chosen to speak to the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and represents IEN's global platform regarding the environment and Native rights. Please welcome to the stage, Casey Camp-Horinek.
First of all, I want to ask you for your prayers. Brought my best friend with me, and yours. Her name in your language is Water. Asking her for her help as she has sustained us for all these millennia. Oklahoma. Judy is my true name. Casey Camp-Horinek is my colonized names from the occupiers of the territory that we are presently living in Oklahoma. My grandfather was 6 years old when we were forcibly removed there as a people. My mama was kidnapped into the boarding schools. At this time, my people suffer from environmental genocide. But being born a Ponca meant that I was born into a world that you now call environmentalism. With the duty, with the honor, with the responsibility of moving into matriarchy. As an elder, I began to understand that these things that this generation is experiencing and that my great-grandchildren are experiencing are part of the spiritual reality of the people of Turtle Island, or North America. So first I will acknowledge the spirit of the Eleni and those other indigenous peoples who occupied this territory by the choice of the Great Spirit and of the Earth Mother, and who were all killed by colonizers so that they could occupy this territory and build riches. And I want to remind you through a beautiful song that was given to our people by music herself. And it's so simple. It says, "My mother, you're good." Because in our terminology and our understanding as Ponca people, we consider the mother, the earth, not something that we call our earth, but a place that we call our mother. For in truth, we are born to her. She is the one who nurtures us. She is the one that built us cell by cell within the wombs of the sacred water of our mothers, of the humankind. She is the one who fed us of the corn, of the plants, of the forelegs, of the wings. She is the one who gave us the water that we all are part of, just like we're part of the Mother Ocean. Hey na haudani, hey na neo, hey na haudani, hey na neo, hey na haudani, hey na neo, hey na haudani, hey na neo. It's very simple. When we come together at times like this, we must remind ourselves that even the words that we speak are terribly valuable. We cannot consider the natural laws to be broken by laws of humankind. We cannot consider that the freedom of human beings supersedes the freedom of those that give us life. Those are the ones that the Creator put into place when you and I had the fortune to put this robe over our spirit that we call bodies and come into this place that we call earth. So that when we were born from that rush of the sacred water, what happened to us? We went this way. And the sacred air came into us, that same air that we pollute and that we allow the mass murderers of the oil and gas people to continue to pollute so that we may have our creature comforts. We, when we were born, took on the honor of caretaking our mothers in true life as much as we do our mother, the earth. And remember always, she is not a dying planet. Mother Earth will endure. The question comes now, do humans endure with her? Are we another species choosing to rush off a cliff like lemmings because we close our eyes? What is there that sustains life? What happens to the human body when the spirit leaves it, for instance? The body grows cold. The warmth of the earth and the Father's Son have disappeared from it. The breath leaves and the lungs lie still. The water leaves the body and we dehydrate. But the spirit lives. So today, at this sacred moment, we have to unite our spirits and our will and align human law with natural law. We must remember that we are not just water protectors and land defenders. But if we look out and we try to say, what is nature? Why, it's that plant over there. You mean that one we ate? It's that water over there. You mean that water we drink? It's the fire itself. You mean that warmth that lives within me? You mean that wind that blows? That's my breath. So we have to internalize that we are not protecting nature. We are nature protecting itself. And we got this.
Our next speaker is the founder and CEO of Dayenu, a new organization mobilizing the American Jewish community to confront the climate crisis with spiritual audacity and bold political action. Please welcome Rabbi Jennie Rosenn, who spent more than 2 decades leading Jewish nonprofits, advocating for social change, and creating dynamic new initiatives at the heart of the Jewish social movement. Before founding Dayenu, she served as Vice President for Community Engagement at HIAS and as the Director of Jewish Life and Values Program at the Nathan Cummings Foundation. There, she built the Jewish Social Justice Roundtable and the Salah Leadership Training Program, while spearheading initiatives to cultivate the environmental movement and women as agents of change in Israel. She has twice been named one of Forward's 50 most influential Jews in America. Please welcome to the stage Rabbi Jennie Rosenn.
Thank you. Hine matovu manayim shevet achim gam yachad. It is good to come together, brothers and sisters and friends, and an honor and a blessing to share the stage with these other leaders and gather together all of us, religious leaders from across the globe, from many corners of the earth. We are living in such a dark and frightening time in human history as we face the climate crisis in all its devastation and pain, feeling its impacts more and more acutely with every passing season. But we also know that it is not yet too late. It's difficult to overstate the importance of this moment, the existential critical window of time we have to pull our world back from the brink of destruction and build a more just and livable, sustainable world for all people for generations to come. But it will take moral courage and vision, boldness, leadership, and yes, organizing. It requires us to remember and lean into our collective power, because we have tremendous collective power. This is a time for bold, not incremental action. We need responses and solutions at the scale and speed that science and justice demand. And none of us can sit this out. This moment in history demands nothing less than transformation. And everyone has a role to play. Everyone. There's a role for scientists and a role for engineers, a role for politicians and a role for philanthropists. And yes, there is a role for religious leaders. And it is both prophetic and pastoral, offering our people a sense of urgency and hope. I think about our role as faith leaders as fourfold. The first is as a moral voice. We must lift up a clear moral call, centering values like the absolute equal worth of every single human being, the right to clean air and water and food and shelter, the mandate to protect, not sacrifice those who are most vulnerable, choose life, not death, blessing, not curse, pursue justice. A moral voice means always asking, whose lives are we centering in our solutions? Because we know the impacts of the climate crisis rest disproportionately on those who've been historically marginalized. People living in the global south, in poverty, in particularly vulnerable areas, and people who experience racism and other forms of bigotry. The climate crisis, it's a force multiplier, exacerbating historical inequities, even as it impacts everyone. And raising a moral voice means we must not be afraid to name evil. We know the fossil fuel industry and those who do their bidding are the Goliaths of our time, and we must not hesitate to say so, loudly, clearly, without caveat. We must lead with moral courage. 2, our religious traditions remind us that a different world is possible and hold out a vision for that world. We're in a time that requires radical imagination because we don't only need to fight the Goliaths, we also need to envision and build a completely different future. One in which we honor our earth and each other, we recognize our profound interconnection, a world in which we care for one another, where all people can live lives with dignity and meaning. This is the stuff of our traditions and visions of what a just and vibrant society can look like. In this time when doom and despair can too easily reign, when a lack of moral imagination is all too easy, part of our work as faith leaders is to remind people that a different world is possible. 3, we gathered in this room are leaders and organizers of communities. Faith communities are critical bases for building and leveraging power with political leaders. Name any major successful social movement, and faith communities were part of it, sometimes at the center. We must organize our people for bold climate action, building political power for systemic change at scale. Because in order to mitigate the most devastating impacts of climate change, in order to address environmental injustice and avert total climate collapse, we need to take action on a systemic level. This means things like cutting demand and supply for fossil fuel energy, advocating for comprehensive climate policy, moving our money, and changing our political landscape. It means building a powerful and holy movement. If there was ever a moment for us to step fully into this part of our leadership, it is now. We have no time to waste. And we have a unique role to play in inspiring and empowering people to move from overwhelm to collective action. The story at the core of the Jewish people's narrative is a journey out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, literally a narrow place, a place of oppression and genocide, like so many peoples have faced. While wandering in the desert, God reminds us that the path forward and our redemption is not in the heavens or beyond our reach. Lo b'shamayim hi. Our redemption is in our hands. In Deuteronomy, God says, "It is not too baffling to you or beyond your reach. It is not in heaven or beyond the sea. No, the thing is very close to you, in your mouth and in your heart, to do it." The future of the world is in our hands, as in it's on us, it's up to us. And also it is in our hands. We have the capacity. We have the science, we have the resources, we have the people, and we have the power. We have the opportunity to close the gap between the world as it is and the world as it should be, not by inching the two incrementally closer to each other, but by reimagining and rebuilding a different future. Lo b'shamayim hi, it is not beyond us in heaven. It is in our hands and in our hearts, and we can do it. This call of responsibility and possibility is the message we must preach. And this is the message we must hear and heed ourselves. Which brings me to the fourth role for faith leaders. spiritual resourcing. The devastating climate destruction and suffering millions are already experiencing. It can be too much to bear. The psychological and spiritual dread that fills us as we face what is at stake, and the fact that without massive change, much of the earth will become uninhabitable. There will not be enough food to eat, water to drink, clean air to breathe, major cities underwater. It's too much for our souls and psyches to bear. So people turn away, unable to face the truth, disassociate, a different kind of climate change denial, if you will. Many of us despair, some give up. We need to be building a spiritually rooted climate movement that supports people across the generations to face the truth in community, to make space for grief and anxiety, but also offer practices of support rooted in our traditions, our sacred texts and liturgy, ritual and song, practices that activate hope and move us into courageous action. Sadly, supporting people to face climate destruction and the truth of this time is going to become more and more a part of what it means to be a religious leader. Lift up a moral voice, hold out a vision of the world we must build, organize people for systemic change and empower them to move from angst to action, and spiritually resource folks for the long road ahead. This is what we as faith leaders are called to do in this treacherous time in history. But it is not only treacherous, it is also full of possibility. And so I want to close just by sharing the name, a bit about the name of the organization I lead, Dayenu, because I think it reflects this dual reality of urgency and hope. Dayenu is a joyous song of gratitude that Jews sing at the Passover Seder as we retell the story of our people's journey from slavery to freedom. It recounts all the things that God has done. We say, if God had taken us out of Egypt but not given us the Torah, Dayenu, it would have been enough. If God had given us the Torah and not given us manna in the desert, Dayenu, it would have been enough. But Dayenu also means we've had enough. We've had enough climate destruction. We've had enough valuing fossil fuel companies over human life. We've had enough letting the impacts of climate destruction fall disproportionately on Black, brown, and indigenous, poor and marginalized communities. Dayenu. But this is where the double entendre comes in, because it also means we have enough. We have what we need to confront the climate crisis and move towards climate solutions. We have the resources, we have the policy rubrics, we have the technology, we have what we need so that everyone can have enough. Now is the time to join in this urgent and sacred work. Nothing less than the future of humanity is at stake. Thank you.
Our next guest is here to speak about a very special event taking place this week, about a critical environmental issue that affects all of us, whether or not we realize it. Trustee of the Parliament and chair of the Indigenous Task Force, Cardinal is a communicator and educator who has dedicated his life's work to creating and maintaining connections and relationships that cross cultural divides. His long track record of public service currently includes Vice Chair of the Documentary Organization of Canada, Alberta, and the Chair of the Global Indigenous Dialogue of Initiatives of Change Canada. He has received 2 medals from Queen Elizabeth II for his contributions to the province of Alberta. Lewis is Woodland Cree from the Sucker Creek Cree First Nation in Northern Alberta, Canada. His consulting company, Cardinal Strategic Communications, specializes in Indigenous education, communications, and project development. He is also owner, CEO, and head storyteller of Red Earth Blue Sky Productions, a multimedia production company. Currently, Lewis is project manager for the first designated urban Indigenous ceremony grounds in Canada. Please welcome to the stage, Lewis Cardinal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lewis Cardinal, and I'm from the Woodland Cree in northern Alberta, Canada. And I'm very honored today to bring a message to you all and an invitation from the spiritual leaders of the Amazon basin. And you might be asking, what is a Cree from the boreal forests of North America doing up here, inviting you to an event from the indigenous people of South America? Well, we have a lot in common, as it turns out, and we really want to reach out to everyone and to invite you all to a very important event tomorrow, Wednesday. The Parliament of the World's Religions is a founding partner of the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative, IRI, a United Nations Environment Program convened alliance that is bringing moral urgency and faith-based leadership to global efforts to halt and reverse tropical deforestation and protect the rights of Indigenous peoples. The Parliament and IRI are committed to fostering new relationships between religious leaders and Indigenous peoples, and to have religious leaders learn and understand firsthand about the relationship between Indigenous spiritualities, traditions, and cultures, and the protection of forests, particularly the Amazon. In service of that goal, IRI will facilitate a high-level panel discussion at this Parliament on Indigenous peoples, their spiritualities, and the shared moral responsibility across faiths to protect the Amazon and the rights and cultures of Indigenous peoples and traditional communities. The event is called An Urgent Call to Protect the Amazon, an Interfaith Rainforest Initiative dialogue with Indigenous leaders. And that is going to be here in this hall on Wednesday at 6 p.m. That's Wednesday, August 16th, right here in this hall at 6 p.m. And there will be a short reception following. The event will feature several of the Amazon's most prominent Indigenous spiritual leaders and draw links between the sacred wisdom and cosmologies of Indigenous peoples and the long-term protection of the world's forests. Indigenous leaders will gather from the Amazon rainforest, from Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador. Representatives from the Parliament of World Religions will be here. Representatives from the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative. Representatives from partner organizations and affiliated campaigns such as Religions for Peace, Indigenous Medicine Conservation Fund, BOA Foundation, Yorenka Tesorensi Institute. And the objectives are to deepen commitment amongst the Parliament of the World's Religions members to the sacred duty religious leaders and faith communities to share work hand in hand with Indigenous peoples to protect forests, particularly the Amazon, showcase Indigenous spiritualities, cosmologies, traditions, and cultures, and raise awareness amongst religious leaders of the threats Indigenous peoples face, protecting their lands, forests, cultures, and spiritual practices. And to bring the voice, vision, and spiritual commitment of Indigenous leaders to the Parliament of the World's Religions as a way of healing and transforming the relationship between organized religions and Indigenous peoples. And will profile the work of the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative in the Amazon Basin. This event will be moderated by the beautiful and talented Zaya Gurani, an Indigenous model and activist, and me. So remember, an urgent call to protect the Amazon, an Interfaith Rainforest Initiative dialogue with Indigenous leaders, right here, Wednesday 6 p.m., and there'll be a reception to follow. Consider yourself invited. Hi, hi.
Our next esteemed speaker is president of the Center for International Environmental Law, a nonprofit organization that uses the power of law to protect the environment, promote human rights, and ensure a just and sustainable society, Carroll Muffett. Carroll is a recognized expert on international environmental law, a member of IUCN's World Commission on Environmental Law, and a leader in the emerging fields of climate litigation and international responses to climate change. Since its inception in 2017, he served on the first steering group and then the drafting group for the Maastricht Principles on the Rights of Future Generations. Please welcome to the stage, Carroll Muffett.
It is extraordinarily humbling to be here with you this afternoon and to speak at the end of that long line of truly extraordinary speakers. What can I say that hasn't been said eloquently? What can I offer you that hasn't been offered in abundance? Well, the answer is, I'm your lawyer, so I can tell you what to do. And perhaps we can start by calling climate change by its true names, the real names, the names that we are living, the names that people around the world are living. This summer, as months of searing heat waves burned across the south of the U.S., across the west of the U.S., media story after media story about those searing heat waves featured photos of people in bikini on beaches. The story of climate change is not the story of people in bikinis on beaches. That is not climate change's true name. What we have seen this summer, what we've seen with increasing intensity for many years now, is that climate change means drought. Climate change means hunger. Climate change means famine. It means storms and homelessness. It means disease. It means heat stroke. It means profound violations of human rights. And when we recognize that that is what we're fighting, the stakes become clear, the moral case becomes clear, the urgency becomes clear, not just to you, but to the people you need to move in your congregations, in your communities, and in your lives. And so let's begin by calling climate change what it is: a true global emergency. In the face of the statistics, in the face of the growing realities of the climate crisis, it is easy to feel hopeless. But there's a reason you feel hopeless, and that is because the architects, and there are architects of the climate crisis, have spent decades, indeed more than a half century, making you believe it's hopeless, and making you believe that you are the cause of climate change and that you alone and acting alone are the only one who can fix it. That belief that everyone is responsible for climate change and therefore no one is responsible for climate change is the biggest and most successful lie that the fossil fuel industry has perpetrated for the last half-century. ExxonMobil, Humble Oil at the time, published its first scientific paper recognizing the links between burning fossil fuels and greenhouse gases in 1958. 1958. In 1969, consulting scientists for the American Petroleum Institute told the industry as a whole, we have looked at the science. The science is clear. There are some uncertainties, but the real uncertainties are about the scale of impacts. What the industry should be doing now, in 1969, is looking for ways to dramatically reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We have lost decades, countless decades, and the industry wants to tell you that it's your fault. The industry wants to tell you that because you don't flip your light switch off when you leave the room, that because you don't walk everywhere you have to go in your life, that because you can't figure out what in your life is recyclable and what really isn't, that it's your fault, and that it's all of our fault, and therefore there's nothing that can be done. But it's not true. 80% of global greenhouse gas emissions, 80%, comes from the production, the use, the combustion, and the disposal of fossil fuels, 80%. And that means that 4/5 of the problem can be addressed immediately by simply getting fossil fuels out of our economy. And as you've heard today, we have the tools to do that now. Ironically, in most places in the US, in most places around the world, renewable energy is actually already cheaper than building a new coal plant or building a new gas plant. And indeed, increasingly in countries around the world, just building new wind or solar plants is cheaper than continuing to operate fossil fuels. So we can do this. We have what we need to do this. And the first step, as you've heard from David, as you've heard from speaker after speaker, is to stop digging the hole. The first step is to end the expansion of fossil fuels, to recognize oil, gas, and coal as the weapons of mass destructions that they are, and accelerate the phase-out. But how can you do that? What does that have to do with you? And this is where my real offering begins, because it has everything to do with you. When you realize that you are not acting alone, that this is not about whether you turn off your lights. It's not about whether you walk to your grocery store and walk your kids to school. It is not about whether you can figure out what to recycle and not to recycle. It is about how you use your power collectively with those around you. This is how we win, and we can win. So what can you do specifically? The answer is any number of things. You can join the fight for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, a fight that has been embraced by more than 2,000 organizations around the world, by Nobel laureates, and by the Parliament of the world's religions. You can do that today through the Parliament website. You can join the fight against other drivers of climate change, including plastics. That's right. Plastics are not only a curse on our oceans, not only a curse on human health, not only a curse on the communities where they're made, they're a major driver of the climate crisis. At our events this week, you'll learn how your organization can get involved in the fight for a just plastic treaty at the global level to accelerate the phase out of plastics in ways that benefit the environment, the community, benefit communities, and benefit the global climate. You can join the fight to divest from fossil fuels and invest in cleaner solutions and cleaner options. Already $40 trillion in assets have been moved out of fossil fuels worldwide. And fully 38% of the organizations around the world that have led that divestment effort are faith institutions. We can close off the biggest, dirtiest pipeline there is, and that's the money pipeline. But there are also things that you can do closer to home. When water keepers and frontline and fence line communities are taking action to stop those pipelines, to stop new petrochemical plants, new plastic plants, new refineries, you can join them. You can stand behind them. You can stand alongside of them. And if they ask you to, you can stand between them and those who would use power and violence to do them injustice and do them harm. More fundamentally, you can speak out. You can speak out in your communities. You can speak out politically. You can ensure that other voices are at the tables where you're sitting, where you're speaking, where you're acting. When you are in a room where decisions are being made, you can look across that room and ask yourself, who is not here that needs to be here? And what is in my power? What can I do to get them here? Because at the end of the day, this is how we win, and this is our true power. The power in recognizing that none of us are doing this alone. We are in the billions. We are communities. We are institutions. We are indigenous peoples. We are entire nation states. We are nonprofits. We are businesses. And we are filled with and surrounded by leaders. Lift them up, join them, and join us. We will do this. Thank you.
Recently, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres issued a chilling warning. The era of global warming has ended, and the era of global boiling has begun. Please direct your attention to the screen to hear the full message of the Secretary General, speaking in response to scientists' confirmation that July was the hottest month ever recorded on Earth.
Climate change is here, it is terrifying, and it is just the beginning. The era of global warming has ended, the era of global boiling has arrived. The air is unbreathable, the heat is unbearable, and the level of fossil fuel profits and climate inaction is unacceptable. Leaders must lead. No more hesitancy, no more excuses, no more waiting for the others to move first. There is simply no more time for that. It is still possible to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius and avoid the very worst of climate change. but only with dramatic, immediate climate action. We need ambitious new national emissions reduction targets from G20 members. And we need all countries to take action in line with my Climate Solidarity Pact and Acceleration Agenda. Hitting fast forward so that developed countries commit to reach net zero emissions as close as possible to 2040 and the emerging economies as close as possible to 2050, with support from developed countries to do so. And all actors must come together to accelerate a just and equitable transition from fossil fuels to renewables as we stop oil and gas expansion and funding and licensing for new coal, oil and gas. Financial institutions must end their fossil fuel lending, underwriting and investments and shift to renewables instead. And fossil fuel companies must chart their move towards clean energy with detailed transition plans across the entire value chain. No more greenwashing, no more deception, and no more abusive distortion of antitrust laws to sabotage net zero alliances. It's time for a global surge in adaptation investment to save millions of lives from climate change. And that requires unprecedented coordination around the priorities and plans of vulnerable developing countries. Developed countries must present a clear and credible roadmap to double adaptation finance by 2025 as a first step towards devoting at least half of all climate finance to adaptation. Every person on Earth must be covered by an early warning system by 2027 by implementing the action plan we launched last year. And countries should consider a set of global goals to mobilize international action and support on adaptation. We need a course correction in the global financial system so that it supports accelerated climate action. That includes putting a price on carbon and pushing the multilateral development banks to overhaul their business models and approaches to risk. We need the multilateral development banks leveraging their funds to mobilize much more private finance at reasonable costs to developing countries and scaling up their funding to renewables, adaptation, and loss and damage.
Please welcome drummer Madeline Big Bear.
Manowaban Jayak, good morning. Thank you for being here with us. I'm really excited to be able to do this morning Madmo and this morning prayer for the Climate Assembly. I was asked to come to do the opening invocation on Monday, and at that time I had mentioned that my grandmother's, one of my grandmother's brothers, my grandfather in our way, was Simon Pokagan, who was a great orator and delivered a speech at the same inception of the World Parliament, the Parliament of World Religions. So again, it's my pleasure to be here, and I'm going to bring some of those words forward this morning with you and share with you some insight that's very, very old now, but it's not just my words, and it still rings true to the work that we're doing here today. Just give me a moment to speak in my language real quick. Habosho Jayak, Minogish Gikinwa, Gishab Gishik and Dashnakas, Bodwa Wadmian, Downashna Bakwap, Keganik and Debendagwas, Catherine Morsa and Gie, Raymond Morsa, Mishom Sabin, Madeline Augusta, Nokmus Sabin. Ngie and Danas, Nokmus Mina, Kanoma Gowan, Bodwa Wadmi Jach Gowan, Dwaganuk, Michiganuk, and Dochpia, Nishna Bekik, Edjadayan. Mishike on Dodam, Bojo and Goman, Dead Moy Maganak, Mina, Nishna Bag, we Monam, Jack Chicago, Gabiash Webswat, Nui, Nishna Bam Nanak. Where these great Colombian show buildings stretch skyward And where stands this queen city of the West? Once stood red man's wigwams. Here met our old men, young men and maidens. Here blazed their council fires. But now the eagle's eye can find no trace of them. We are still here, Grandfather Pokagan. Gui wab men nishna bam odopi. We see Indian people here today. In those days that tried our fathers' souls, an old man told his tribe, in those visions of the night he was lifted in great wonder high above the earth, where he beheld a vast spider web spread out over the land. From the Atlantic Ocean towards the setting sun, its network was made of rods of iron. Along its lines in all directions rushed monstrous great spiders, greater in strength and larger than any beast of earth, clad in brass and iron, dragging after them long rows of wigwams with families therein. Outstretching in their course the flight of birds that fled before them, hissing from their nostrils came forth fire, striking terror to both fowl and beast. Centuries have passed. The storm, unsatisfied on land, swept our lakes. Chugama. ZB, our streams, while the fish vanished from our waters. Our inheritance was cut off. We were driven and scattered as sheep before the human wolves. To be just, we must acknowledge there were good men within these strangers who gave their lives for us and in great kindness taught us the revealed will of the Great Spirit through his Son Jesus, the mediator between God and man. Almighty Spirit of humanity, let thy arms of compassion embrace and shield us from the charge of treachery, vindictiveness, and cruelty, and save us from further oppression. And may these Western leaders appoint no more broken down or disappointed politicians as agents to indigenous people. But may he set forth good men, tried and true, men who fear not to do right. This is our prayer. What would remain of our people without prayer? All else we leave in the hands of this republic, of this great republic. Those are the words of my grandfather, Simon Pokagan. And in the people before him and those nations that came before him, I want to acknowledge those spirits. Miigwech memagosna na oda bemadzawen iindan wamaganak. Miigwech manado which kasenyak. Miigwech manado which makok. Miigwech manado which kashatek. Which bagasmok. Which bumsagok. Which namkangok. Which kachugama. Which nisan jawen. Which kadasawen. Ina oda manogishge. Ina oda nishnabek. Migi nishnabek. Winnebago, Menominee, Peoria, Pionkashaw, Oto, Missouri, Mascoutin, Sac and Fox, Meskwaki, Wyandotte, Wea, Miami, Shawnee, Kagabo, Ojibwe, Odawa, Bodwell, Wadmeek, Howe, Ilsa, and Najmoyan. Miigwech.
Please welcome the Director of Climate Action at the Parliament of the World's Religions, Emily Echevarria.
Good morning, friends, colleagues, and attendees of the 2023 Parliament of the World's Religions. We are so grateful to share this morning with you here at our Climate Action Assembly, closing off our week of dedicated focus to human rights and freedom. Today, we'll ask you to think about what you can do to promote the human right to a clean, healthy, and safe environment. We ask you to consider how you can make a difference to save our Mother Earth. We will hear first today from David Hales, trustee and chair of the Parliament's Climate Action Task Force. Previously, Hales served as president of the College of the Atlantic, chair and president of Second Nature, the managing organization of the American College and University President's Climate Commitment, and as director of the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. He also led environmental policy and sustainability programs for the U.S. Agency on International Development. As a diplomat, he has represented the United States in numerous negotiations on climate change, urban affairs, and policy and biodiversity. He served in the Carter administration as Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Interior and was the first American to serve as chair of the World Heritage Convention. Please welcome David Hales.
We began our time at this convening with the recognition that we are in a battle for the sustainability of our planet and for the souls of our children. Our treatment of this planet has reached a critical point, and we have choices to make. It is a historic turning point, and as we get close to it, we can see that it's more of a hairpin curve than it is a turning point. And if we go over the edge, we commit ourselves and we commit our children and our grandchildren and all future generations to climate disasters and social and economic disruption, which are almost impossible to describe and truly impossible to imagine. Our programs here have shown that we can make this turn if we act as our faiths guide us. Let's celebrate where we are. Let's celebrate what is happening. Let's celebrate the work that has been done. Let's celebrate the knowledge that has been generated by science about where we are and what we can do about it. Let's celebrate the wisdom of our faiths, and let's celebrate the strength of our community and our fellowship. As Casey Camp-Horinek said in our first assembly, we got this. Then let's go back to work. We're not out of the fossil fuel and consumer consumption-driven thicket yet, but we can see the pathways, and we can blaze the trail for millions to follow. We have messages to send. Let's send a message to the fossil fuel industry and to the Biden administration and to COP28 that we are moving to a new economy and that oil and gas has no place in that new economy, and that exploration for oil and gas must end now. In a moment, our colleagues in the back, Jeremy, are going to put up a code, a QR code that you can all see. This is key to much of what we do from this point on. It is one way to send that message to the fossil fuel industry. Download that code, click on it, it will take you to our webpage, which has a list of actions: the Fossil Fuels Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Plastics Treaty, the Campaign for a Right to a Healthy Environment. There you go. Thank you. Put your cameras up, take a picture, you'll go there. It's an easy first step. The other steps may get a little tougher. Do you believe that all humans have a right to a healthy environment, a fundamental right to a healthy environment. Do you believe that? Scan the code. Scan the code. Get started on how we follow up from here. Do you believe that we should reform our decision processes in governments and at the UN and in all aspects of our lives so that the rights and the agency of future generations, those who are not yet alive, should be taken into account? Do you believe that? What? Couldn't hear you? Scan the code. Scan the code. You believe that we must stop turning this beautiful world into a plastic graveyard? Scan the code. Follow the directions. And do you want to know what you can personally do to combat the climate emergency? Scan the code. Clean air, clean water, productive land, healthy life. That's what this is all about. In several years, we will be gathering again in Climate Assembly. Between now and then, let's commit ourselves to action, to inspire and support one another, to celebrate our successes, to make this a better world, a world of freedom and dignity. We live on an enchanted planet in a living universe. I believe that everywhere is filled with spirit, but for me, this particular place, not this airplane hangar, but this place, this Great Lakes Basin, is special. If you look at our planet from outer space, 80% of our planet is covered with water. 3% of that is fresh. 20% of that is right there in the Great Lakes. You are 50 yards away from being able to touch the southern edge of 20% of the water in this planet. There's another basin that is special, and that's the Amazon basin, and it's endangered. And in the Amazon basin is another 20% of all the fresh water in the planet. In the Great Lakes and in the Amazon basin, 40% of the fresh water on our planet. On Wednesday night, we experienced a special insight into the Amazon today. We had guests and leaders from across the Amazon visit with us about the nature of the crisis, what can be done about it, about the successes that we can experience, and about what we can look forward to if we don't succeed. Please welcome Carlos Vicente, who is the head of the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative in Brazil, and Aria Tucano, to give us a sense of what we talked about on Wednesday night. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We would like to thank the Parliament of the World's Religions for the opportunity to promote the voice of each of these indigenous leaders on this stage 2 days ago. They told us about the gravity of the situation they face, in which their fundamental rights to life and the preservation of their cultures are threatened by a development model that promotes death rather than life. They have also brought us their example of struggle and resistance, which have lasted for centuries. The crisis of global climate change, pollution, and the accelerated loss of biodiversity teach us that all the violence practiced against the indigenous peoples and the nature is also violence practiced against each and every one of us. and that defending the rights of indigenous people guarantees the defense of our rights of life. As member of the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative in Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Indonesia, we have been working hard to raise awareness, educate, and engage religious leaders, and have achieved important results in influencing government actions in favor of defending the rights of indigenous peoples and preserve forests. I took part in the Amazon Summit last week, and I was able to see the power and the influence that faith community can exert on the community and on the commitment of the government in the Amazon. With the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative, we offer this platform for religious leaders to engage on this matter, and we issued a strong call to action to all Amazonian government that was now echoed at the Parliament of the World's Religions. We call on all religious communities represented here to expand your efforts even further and to work even more closely with indigenous peoples, scientists, and environmental groups to influence governments and companies to promote sustainability. Religious communities can change the consumerist and selfish values that underpin this lifestyle of modern societies and that fuel the devastation of the forest and condemn indigenous peoples to indifference and extermination. Together, let's raise awareness among new leaders and members of our religious communities about climate change and the importance of the tropical forest. Let's teach about the spiritual values of caring for nature. Let's adopt environmental practices in our religious communities. Let's promote dialogue and pressures on government and companies to adopt appropriate policies and business practices. Love for all people and care for nature are the foundations of all religions and spiritualities. They are also the way to build a society of peace and dignified life for all, today and always. Now, I would like to invite to this stage the amazing indigenous leaders from Brazil, Dayara Tucano. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I'd like to thank a lot. I know it doesn't seem like full of people, but the people that is here willing to listen to indigenous voices are really the most important persons to us, because indigenous peoples were for too long non-listened to. And there is too little time to say, once again, that indigenous territories protect more than 82% of biodiversity in the world. We protect, as it was said before, the sources of clear water. We protect in the forest the knowledge, the memory, the history of the life that still exists in our planet. I have been to many indigenous territories under attack. We must say no to oil exploitation, gold exploitation, wood trafficking. The deforestation is growing also by the pressure of the agribusiness industry. And so we need to understand that we must divest, we must take action to protect the Amazon forest in so many ways. but especially standing side by side with indigenous peoples. Some years ago, I went to the Guarani Kaiowá territory in Brazil, and I saw a full village under attack. The sugarcane plantations put fire on the village, and the bounty killers were shooting. They gave me the responsibility to take the kids, and so just the elders remain in the village, and they keep praying. They were praying with so much love and so much faith, and I just asked, "Grandmother, grandfather, what are you praying? What is the word that you are saying in your prayer before this terrible attack?" And they just explained to me, "We are praying for the heart of the white man to be cleared of all his pain. We are praying to the heart of the farmer to be clear of all hate. We are praying so he can have good health. We are praying for his family so he can be happy and he stops attacking us." So I thank the Great Spirit, Mother Nature, the grandfather and the grandmother of the universe for keep this wisdom of a wider love for life in each indigenous nation. And I celebrate this opportunity of union in diversity. Thank you so much to the Parliament of the World Religions. Anyu.
Ngô rai cầm te mây mơ nó ở cả dừa mây trâu vua mơ nó ở cả dưới nó ba mẹ bơ này cả bên này ngô này cả bên này tam này nhà này ba mẹ ở Marwa này này cam mẹ puru coi cái cô ba mẹ coi cho cái cô phải đi phân coi cái cô.
No entanto, a urgência de proteger a Amazônia e apoiar os povos indígenas na defesa de nossas terras exige uma frente unida de forte apoio e solidariedade. É uma luta difícil e é nesse contexto que o Parlamento das Religiões do mundo desempenha um papel fundamental. Este é um espaço em que as religiões do mundo devem se posicionar como educadoras e mobilizadoras.
Porque quando se fala de floresta, quando se fala de tirar o direito das terras dos povos indígenas, se fala de matar a Amazônia, se fala de matar o planeta. Porque nós temos ainda uma floresta viva, nós temos ainda uns guardiões vivos. Então eu gostaria que todas as religiões do mundo ficassem atentos a isso. Não só por essa Amazônia, mas por todas as florestas. Plantem a floresta, plantem a semente. No lugar de soltar bomba para matar gente, soltar bomba de semente. Desde dentro dos corações, da alma, das mentes.
También están cuidando los espíritus mayores de nuestros ancestros, los espíritus y los amos de cada planta medicinal, de cada ser vivo, de los animales, como el jaguar, la boa, el duende. Ellos son los cuidadores también de la Amazonía colombiana, en este caso de la selva amazónica.
En este espacio queremos compartir la palabra, queremos dejar el mensaje de paz, de unidad y de amor hacia los diferentes pueblos del mundo. La importancia de la espiritualidad de los pueblos originarios que milenariamente hemos venido protegiendo, cuidando, luchando los derechos de la vida, los derechos de la madre tierra que...
Então eu convido de coração aqui a cada um de vocês essa compreensão, esse entendimento, essa aliança, esse respeito, essa consideração que todos nós somos irmãos. Todos nós somos uma família só. Não importa aonde quer que nós estiver, mas todos nós somos irmãos e nós devemos respeitar o próximo. E eu convido a cada um de vocês de coração que nós possamos fazer ação e que possa ter mais respeito sobre os povos originários. Tchau.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان صدق الله العظيم. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, most merciful. The most compassionate taught the Quran, created humanity, and taught them speech. The sun and the moon travel with precision. The stars and the trees bow down in submission. As for the sky, He raised it high and set the balance of justice, so that you do not defraud the scales, weigh the justice and do not disrupt the balance. He laid out the earth for all beings. In it are fruit, palm trees with date and stalks, and grains with husks, and aromatic plants. Then, which of your Lord's favors will you humans and jinn both deny? Thank you very much.
We are honored to welcome the Right Reverend Mark Handley Andrus, PhD, the 8th Bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of California. Raised among the hills and rivers of East Tennessee, Bishop Mark developed an early love for the beauty of God's creation and heard a call to help protect it. He leads the Episcopal Church's delegation to the annual UN Climate Conference and serves as presiding Bishop Michael Bruce Curry's representative to the Anglican Communion Environmental Network. Bishop Mark's advocacy work also includes immigration reform, LGBTQ+ rights, and racial reconciliation. Please welcome to the stage Reverend Mark Andrus.
Good morning. I'd like to offer gratitude first to all that we've been given this morning as way of sustenance, the drumming, the prayers of a grandfather and the grandfather's words, the chanting from the Quran, David Hales' intelligence and passion, the prayers of the Guarani people, prayers for the conversion of people's hearts like mine. I'm deeply grateful. I know you are too. When we consider the defense of freedom and human rights in the arena of climate and environmental degradation and biodiversity loss, we are entering into a struggle that we know is of a planetary scale. And so it is right that we are hearing more and more about climate grief, about ecocide, about hospice for the earth. People speaking of paralysis, that they are overwhelmed and do not know where to go and how to turn, despite the fact that I can witness to the abundance of climate action being carried out by faith people all over the earth, and I only know a fraction of it. I do also know that those hopeful people and those who do not have hope are all feeling the enormity of the struggle. And so today I do not call you to specific action, but I simply come to offer 3 areas of hope, of aid, of help in the struggle. For there is a way to come out of the paralysis, and it is right to feel the paralysis, to lament, because the world is so beautiful, the life of the world is so precious, that if we did not lament it, we would not be human. But we must move beyond it. So the 3 areas of help are these. We need training in nonviolence. The great civil rights and peace movements of the 20th century were all undertaken with skill by people who undertook training, who trained each other, who trained themselves. In fact, it is a strategy of those who would overcome us to have us believe otherwise, that we can just go into the struggle unprepared. You know the story of Rosa Parks, but it's worth telling. In that struggle for rights, it has often been said that Rosa Parks was simply tired at the end of the day, and that stubbornly she would not relinquish her seat on the front of the bus for a white man. This could not be further from the truth. The truth was that she and others had gone to the Highlander Center for nonviolent training for months in the mountains of Tennessee before she came back to Montgomery. And so it was that she had carefully prepared with her co-workers, even to the choice of who should sit on the bus and not stand. It didn't have to be Rosa. All of that was planned. And to think otherwise is for us to court failure. Have you ever wondered why we have arms races? We have arms races beginning in the period of the medieval between people who had short bows and those who invented long bows, and then there had to be an answer to that all the way up to this very moment. We have arms races because people figure out how to overcome the innovations of people on the other side. And I have to say that in our preparation for nonviolence, we must evolve our methods. The methods of yesterday, the great methods of yesterday, are not outworn, but they must evolve. The wonderful writer, Arundhati Roy, has said that the big dam builders and the power brokers of India have figured out that they can safely ignore hunger strikes. And they can just simply watch activists starve themselves to death with impunity. So our methods must also evolve, but we must not give in. We must not give in to being mistaken that taking on the tools of our oppressors will work instead. And that leads me to the second area of help for you and help for me, and that is our movement must be a movement of prayer. At least it is for me. The idea that we can only draw on our skills, our oratory, our organizing, our analysis, our policy making, our protest, all of those we should do, we must do, but they're not enough. That is swimming in the shallow part of the ocean. Instead, we must resort to the divine, who is always, always available to help us. In the Psalms, it says, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of God. They are brought to their knees and fall, but we rise up and stand firm. Or closer to our own time, Audre Lorde wrote, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. We must resort to overflowing love, divine love that motivates, creates, and sustains the universe, and never consider another person our enemy. There are many ways to pray, probably as many ways to pray as there are peoples of the earth. But here is what Thich Nhat Hanh taught me. It only takes a fraction of a moment to turn to the ultimate, and the ultimate will be there. Or as it says in my scriptures, not a sparrow falls to the earth apart from God. God is with you and with me and with all of life on earth, and it is for me to turn to God for the help that I need. And finally, we are being helped by the luminous beings of love who have come before us. In Christianity, they are called saints. In Buddhism, they are called the bodhisattvas. But across the world, people have experienced, not just believed, but experienced that people of extraordinary love never give up their love for the world. They continue to stay connected to you in your struggle for justice and for peace and for the increase of love. The great Quaker, current day, anti-nuclear peace activist David Hartsaw told me this story. Just a few years after Martin Luther King was assassinated, David was in Switzerland, and he was feeling despondent in the face of the struggle. He sat on a bench facing into the Alps, looking at the beautiful mountains, the flowers, the grasses, seeking some peace, seeking some strength. And suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder and a voice that he knew was Martin's. And it said, David, I know that you are struggling, and it seems that you cannot go on. But I promise you, I will always be with you. In 2014, the great venerable Zen Buddhist master Thich Nhat Hanh said this just a few months before the massive stroke that robbed him of speech and of motion, but not of activity. He said, The day that Martin Luther King was assassinated, I was devastated. I could not eat. I could not sleep. And I made a deep vow to continue what Martin called the beloved community. And I believe I have kept that vow to this day. And I have always felt his support. I asked myself many questions about what Ty said in that statement. But prominent among them was the question, what did he mean? I have always felt his support. It could be that he read the works of Dr. King and was inspired again by them, or he recalled to memory the times they corresponded and the times they met, and that helped him. All that, I believe, is true. But by carefully researching it, I came to believe he meant more than that. He meant that non-corporally, beyond a body, that Martin's love continued to bind him to the struggle for justice and for peace. And that Thich Nhat Hanh himself, an embodiment, an avatar of love, could see that and could feel that. Those great luminous beings trail behind you and indeed encircle and envelop the earth. Desjardins called it the noosphere, a glowing sphere of love that covers the earth and is ready to help you and to help me. Just before we gathered this morning, a person I admire a great deal, Corinna Gore, and I were talking. You're going to hear from her in a moment. And she said that a Dominican nun told her years ago that Catherine of Siena, Teresa of Avila, all these people, they're here, ready to help us, but we need to organize them. I love that. Ask for their help. Pray to God. Get nonviolent training. We shall overcome.
We are honored to now welcome to the stage Corinna Gore. She is the founder and executive director of the Center for Earth Ethics and visiting professor of the practice of earth ethics at Union Theological Seminary in New York. Corinna formed the Center for Earth Ethics in 2015 to address the moral and spiritual dimensions of the climate crisis. Working at the intersection of faith, ethics, and ecology, she guides the center's public programs, educational initiatives, and movement building. She is also an ex officio faculty member of Columbia University's Earth Institute and a member of the Climate Action Task Force of the Parliament of the World's Religions. Please welcome to the stage, Corinna Gore.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here alongside such distinguished speakers in this climate plenary session. And it is moving to be here in Chicago, the site of the first convening of the Parliament of the World's Religions in 1893, as part of the world's Columbian Exposition of that year. We would not be so quick to celebrate the anniversary of Columbus today, understanding the genocidal consequences of his arrival. And indeed, we want to be clear and admit that one type of religion undergirded that colonial encounter every step of the way. Thanks to the voices of indigenous peoples, an awareness of the error of that thought system has broken through, that thought system of domination over nature and dehumanization of whole peoples. It has broken through even in the very faith institutions that promulgated it in the first place. And thank you, Madeleine Big Bear, for your powerful words of blessing and the presence of your ancestors, your message that opened this session this morning. These dialogues matter. We all have a great deal to learn from each other. Defending freedom and human rights is the theme of this year's convening, and we are grateful to earlier generations of interfaith leaders for all that they did to help bring the legal architecture that protects human rights at home and around the world. In particular, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a document created with extensive contributions from interfaith leaders. It was adopted by the UN General Assembly in 1948. While the UN is far from a perfect organization, it remains our last best hope in many ways. It offers a platform to call out the authoritarian leaders who ignore human rights. And it is the principal forum for our ongoing struggle to stop the course of man-made climate change. We must all make it known to our political leaders that we are paying attention to that work, including at COP28 in Dubai in December. In our time, more and more are recognizing a core truth. The right to live in a healthy environment is a human right. Congratulations to all those organizations, including the Parliament, who successfully advocated for the UN General Assembly to recognize this right last fall. It is a right that we have seen in the news again this past week with the story of young people in Montana winning in a case in which the court ruled in their favor and against fossil fuel interests, upholding their right to live in a healthy environment as articulated in their state constitution. And it is a right that we will be hearing a lot more about in the years to come. Just as religious leaders rose to the challenge of building a better world with human rights in 1948, so we need your influence and insights to articulate and defend the human right to the environment. Keep in mind that in 1948, the year the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was signed, the human population was about 2.4 billion. Today, it is about 8 billion, and projected to be 11 to 12 billion by the end of the century. At the same time, we have seen major decline in other species of life. Due to the massive deforestation, the depletion of underground water aquifers and topsoils, and the inundation of our atmosphere with man-made greenhouse gas pollution, primarily from the burning of fossil fuels. When development comes at the expense of nature, as it does all too often, it is also the poor and marginalized human beings who suffer the most. The UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights, Philip Alston, issued a detailed report in June 2019 clearly stating this, quote, "Climate change threatens to undo the last 50 years of progress in development, global health, and poverty reduction. It could push more than 120 million more people into poverty by 2030 and will have the most severe impact in poor countries, regions, and the places poor people live and work." End quote. Defending freedom and human rights means taking action on climate now. So, what can we do? Communities grounded in faith, values, and conscience have a critical role to play. The climate crisis is about more than data, science, and technology, as important as they are. It is about our values, our relationships to each other, and the very nature and meaning of existence. The calls to action that I want to make today are in that spirit. We need to reframe our mindset and our collective behavior about three things: time, place, and being. First, time. Climate change is clearly not something happening in the distant future. It is here now, and so must be our response. The timelines and dates we hear from companies and governments can be distracting and confusing. We must accelerate the transition to renewable energy. We must act now to defeat the wave of misinformation and confusion and greenwashing. We must break free from the system that runs on short-term monetary investments at the expense of the well-being of the whole community of life. Specifically, if you or your faith community or institution have money invested in the fossil fuel industry, move it now. Divest. We must simultaneously, in terms of time, think with a longer time frame in mind. We must widen our circle of moral concern to include future generations. As many Indigenous elders have taught, make every big decision today with 7 generations in the future in mind. I think back to my great-grandmother, who was born in 1899, who I knew well. That was just 6 years after the first Parliament of the World's Religions. And if I know my daughter's granddaughter, that will make that span complete. The work of those who were here at that first Parliament in 1893 is still unfolding. Today, let us unfold it further. Second, place. Reconnect to the ecosystem you live in. The water, the soil, the plants and animals and other beings. Honor the spirits of nature in whatever way your tradition affords you, through words, ritual, ceremony, thoughts, and action. Practice restoration of biocultural heritage as well as landscapes. The Center for Earth Ethics has worked with the United Religions Initiative on a guidebook for convening community conversations on ecosystem restoration, emphasizing the role of values, culture, and spirituality. We invite you to download it on our website and reach out to us to share your experience. Also, when it comes to place, be aware of those who suffer from environmental injustice in your region, always those who are already suffering from some combination of poverty and racism, which we must also commit and work to eradicate. Remember, it is the same fossil fuel pollution that drives climate change that also harms it also has local ambient air pollution that harms the health and well-being of the people that live there. Caring about environmental justice is a form of self-care, and it is also climate action. This may lead to building alliances for many things, including to resist build-out of fossil fuel infrastructure, which we know is very important in this time, as David Hales reminded us right at the start. I witnessed this in Union Hill, Virginia, a few years back when a pair of historic African-American Baptist churches in Buckingham County, Virginia, joined forces with the community of Yogaville to defend their land from a toxic methane compressor station. And under the leadership of Swami Dayanananda, who I met at the Parliament of the World's Religions just some years back, I think it was Toronto, or was it Salt Lake City? Under the leadership of Swami Dayanananda and Pastor Paul Wilson and others, and with the very real help of the prayers and songs and ritual and ceremony that consistently cultivated goodwill and fortified their spirits, this interfaith community prevailed in protecting their place, in defeating that toxic project, and they helped bring about the cancellation of the entire Atlantic Coast Pipeline in July 2020. And of course, this call to resistance and solidarity also applies to the petrochemical plastics factories that are part of the same industry's pattern of environmental and climate injustice and dehumanization of communities of people. We call for a strong global plastics treaty, and we also must work in each of our places to stop the madness of building out more production of single-use plastics that harm human and ecological health. As this crisis unfolds, and some call for false solutions like geoengineering the sky or other bets on new technologies to try to bend this biosphere to our will, remember, it is not the Earth that needs fixing, it is us. The human relationship to place can be a force for both climate mitigation, stopping the problem from getting worse, and climate adaptation, adjusting to the changes with justice, compassion, and wisdom. And many of us have much to learn from other cultures about what that looks and feels like in practice. As the Haudenosaunee Confederacy wrote in 1978 in a basic call to consciousness, quote, "The majority of the world finds its roots in the natural world, and it is the natural world and the traditions of the natural world that must prevail if we are to develop truly free and egalitarian societies. And this brings me to the final category, which is being. As we defend freedom and human rights, let us follow the example of those First Nations elders. Let us acknowledge our relations and relationships with other than human life and defend their freedom to be as well as our own. Let us celebrate, demonstrate, and communicate about the essential oneness of life. This is a truth that is expressed in the highest form of all the world's spiritual traditions in one way or another. And in some ways, the crisis of climate change is a revelation of that oneness. Burning fossil fuels in mid-latitudes of the planet contributes to ice melt at the poles, which causes sea level rise that drives people from low-lying coastal areas and inundates small island nations. Deforestation of the Amazon, which we heard about Wednesday night, straight from those who live there, contributes to the heat domes and the rain bombs and the wildfires that have popped up all over the planet, causing so much suffering. We can change this pattern from extraction and combustion to care and love and regeneration, and we can transform our collective destiny. We live in this interconnection, and it does not need to be tragic. It can be a force for good. I think about the words of Howard Thurman, the longtime dean of Marsh Chapel at Boston University, a Baptist, a mystic, a deep thinker. He recalled the feeling he had as a child on the Atlantic coast of Florida. Quote, "I had the sense that all things, the sand, the sea, the stars, the night, and I, were one lung through which all life breathed. Not only was I aware of the vast rhythm enveloping all, but I was a part of it, and it was a part of me. The resulting synthesis seemed to me not just metaphysical, but religious." And so, as I close, let's take a moment to breathe, to consider not only those of us in this hall and those of us online, but that great lake outside, that life under the water, those birds in the sky, the forest in the Amazon, the ice at the poles. Let's consider how we bring these insights about time, place, and being into our communities and town halls and boardrooms and social circles in a way that is both practical and catalytic. As many faith leaders have taught us, freedom comes from much more from belonging within the community of life than from constantly trying to escape and take exception to it. The great Bengali poet and educator Rabindranath Tagore wrote, "Emancipation from the soil is no freedom for the tree." Interfaith dialogue is a powerful force for good in the world. Faith traditions are diverse, but we all share a sense that values run deeper than politics or price tags, that life has meaning, and that there is some form of higher power to which our actions are ultimately accountable. So in sum, let me end by thanking all of you. Thank you for having the courage of heart to take action on climate. And just by being here in Chicago or tuning in from afar, you are building momentum for the global change that must and will come in order to save and protect and cherish life within this beautiful earthly home that we share. Thank you.
We ask that you now direct your attention to the screen for a message composed as a special collaboration between the World Wildlife Fund, Netflix, and Silverback Films, in which Sir David Attenborough instructs us on how to save the planet.
How do we create a future in which both people and nature can thrive. This is the biggest question of our times. In the next few decades, we need to do something unprecedented, achieve a sustainable existence on Earth. But how do we do it? We can start by understanding how we got to this point. 20,000 years ago, humankind consisted of less than 1 million hunter-gatherers across the globe. We lived within the resources on offer, in balance with nature. A strategy that could theoretically last forever. But it wasn't an easy life. Nature determined our survival. We used our unique minds to challenge that reality. We learnt how to tame the wild, get more from the environment. Our population boomed, as did our demands. Every time a new problem arose, we solved it, altering Earth's entire surface in the process. And now we have changed the world so profoundly, scientists have decided that Earth has entered a new phase of its existence. Welcome to the Anthropocene, the age of humans. The tables have turned. We now determine nature's survival. The planet is ours. There's just one problem. We're now totally out of balance with nature. And unless we get our balance back, this age of humans is due to be short-lived. So how do we deal with this problem? When you boil it down, there is one underlying big issue. Our planet is becoming less wild. Our species has cleared 3 trillion trees, cultivated half its fertile land, and now fishes across most of the ocean. In the last 50 years, the populations of wild animals have reduced by 60%. We've replaced them with ourselves and our domesticated animals and plants. Today, we and the animals we raise account for 96% of the mass of mammals and 70% of the birds on Earth. There's very little wild left. This biodiversity loss is not just a tragedy, it's the single biggest problem we face. Without biodiversity, the world as we know it doesn't work. Our planet needs its wild spaces. Every one is a component in the global machine. Only if they are all healthy can the planet run smoothly. A less wild world is less able to provide for our needs, less able to maintain dependable weather and seasons, less able to absorb our impact. Biodiversity equals stability, and stability is what we need most of all. Can we turn this situation around? Can we re-wild the world? Well, maybe, due to one key change. As societies develop, something is happening that has never happened before. People are having fewer children. Globally, since the year 2000, the number of people under 16 years old has hardly changed. The main reason our population is still rising is because people are living longer. If this continues, our population may finally stop growing by the turn of the century. By investing in education and women's rights and raising people out of poverty, we could bring about peak human even sooner. This changes everything. It gives us the opportunity we need to regain our balance. The plan for our planet is remarkably simple. Reduce our impact by making sure that everything we do, we can do forever. For the biggest gains, we could concentrate our efforts on 4 goals: phasing out fossil fuels and replacing them with renewables. This will not only slow the warming of the planet and the acidification of the ocean, but it will lead to clean air for all of us. Upgrading to efficient food production and reducing our consumption of meat. We'll require far less space to provide for ourselves, leaving more for grasslands, reducing deforestation and our demand for fresh water, and feeding more people with healthier, more affordable food. Working together to properly manage our ocean. A global network of no-fish zones and a treaty on the use of international waters would restore the health of the ocean so it actually produces more fish for us all to eat. Working hard to keep hold of the wild populations we still have, encouraging nature wherever we can. In the ocean, on land we no longer need, and even in our cities. If we make these changes, we'll be a long way to becoming a species in balance with nature once again. We will have taken a remarkable journey, from 1 million people struggling to survive, to several billion living long, healthy lives on a stable planet, able to provide for all our needs. Only at that point will the Anthropocene, the age of humans, be truly underway. At that point, we will be proud to call it our planet. How do we create a future in which both people and nature can thrive? We open our eyes to this moment in history. Think on a planetary scale. Embrace the challenge we face. And do something we humans are very good at. Change the world.
Our next esteemed guest will be joining us via video message. Sir Partha Dasgupta is a professor of economics at the University of Cambridge and fellow of St. John's College. He is a founding member of the Management and Advisory Committee of the South Asian Network for Development and Environmental Economics. He helped to establish the Journal of Development and Environment and Development Economics, published by Cambridge University Press, whose purpose has been not only to publish original research at the interface of poverty and the environmental resource base, but also to provide an opportunity to scholars in developing countries to publish their findings in an international journal. Please direct your attention to the screens for a special message from Sir Partha Dasgupta.
Good morning. It's an honor to be with you. Please accept my apologies for not being with you physically. And also the fact that I'm actually recording this in advance of the event for technical reasons. So I shan't be able to respond to any questions that you may have after I'm given my remarks. But please feel free to write to me, should you wish to, and I'll get back to you on that. If you plot global GDP, world population, and global GDP per capita from year 1, CE that is, to the present, you will find each curve to be pretty flat until about 1750, then rising gently and taking a sharp turn upward from the immediate post-war years. 1950, for example. Global GDP has grown more than 15 times since 1950. World population has grown from some 2.5 billion to 8 billion today. Per capita global GDP has increased nearly fivefold to some $18,000 PPP annually. Life expectancy at birth has increased from 46 years to 72 years, and the proportion of people in extreme poverty has declined from some 60% to under 10%. Now, all this would be unadulterated good news, but for the fact that we have achieved those successes by mining Mother Nature to the point where there is an enormous global overreach into her goods and services. Crude estimates suggest that the ratio of our global demand for nature's goods and services and her ability to meet the demand on a sustainable basis is about 1.7, an almost certain underestimate, by the way. Whence the refrain that we need 1.7 Earths to support the current global standard of living. Extinction of species in the Anthropocene, that is the period since 1950, have been occurring at 100 to 1,000 times the background rate, which was approximately 0.1 to 1 species extinction per million species per year. These statistics are a rare example of a point of contact between economics and the earth sciences for prominent members of the latter see 1950 as the year we entered the Anthropocene, a phrase that you have come across in recent years. Now, in my review of the economics of biodiversity, which I submitted to the UK government about 2.5 years ago, I tried to blend ecology with economics in such a way that we could discuss economic possibilities in the future, into the future, in a way in which Mother Nature is embedded, or rather we're embedded in Mother Nature in a seamless way. And I want to make a few comments along that line. Now, in recent years, ecologists have drawn a distinction between Mother Nature's provisioning goods, food, water, timber, fuels, fibers, pharmaceuticals, and non-living materials, and her maintenance and regulating services, prominent among which are carbon sequestration, nitrogen fixation, nutrient recycling, decomposition of waste, pollination, soil regeneration, purification of water, and maintenance of the biosphere's gaseous composition. Now, the former, that is to say provisioning goods, consist of goods that, with human effort and ingenuity, are transformed into the final goods and services that are reflected in GDP. That's why we pay attention to provisioning goods. In contrast, maintenance and regulating services create provisioning goods. We are mostly unaware of the processes that give rise to those services. Think of the things that are happening deep in the soils, in the thickness of tropical rainforests, and in the ocean depths. But they are the foundation on which we exist. And because they're several steps removed from our direct experience, we underestimate their significance. The problem is, there are tensions between our demand for provisioning goods and our need for maintenance and regulating services. When we engage in mining, quarrying, and more broadly in the land use changes accompanying expansions of crop agriculture, animal farming, plantations, and construction, nature's ability to supply maintenance and regulating services is diminished. Over a third of Earth's land surface is currently used for crops and pasture. Most new cropland has replaced forests, and most new pasture land has replaced grasslands, savannas, and shrublands. In the process, much biodiversity has been lost. That has correspondingly weakened maintenance and regulating services, including Mother Nature's ability to regulate climate. It's the latter which we talk about mostly, but there are millions of other services that Mother Nature offers us, and we ignore them to our peril. There is a further distinction between Mother Nature's goods and services. Although technological advancements have repeatedly shown ways to substitute provisioning goods for one another, fossil fuels replacing timber, solar panels and wind farms substituting for fossil fuels in energy production, and so on, nature's maintenance and regulating services are complementary to one another. Disrupting one sufficiently disrupts the others. The mutual influence of climate change and destruction of the world's tropical rainforests is an example of this complementarity. Complementarities among the latter tell us that we are embedded in nature. We are not external creatures. Nature isn't, of course, a house of cards. She's resilient. But we humans are now so clever that we could convert her into one if we choose to do so, as I fear we are doing currently. Climate change is one example, of course, but this entire loss of biodiversity that I've just hinted at is an example of the other. Now, there are three features of nature's maintenance and regulating services, and that's what I'm concentrating on here because they're so badly neglected in our economic thinking. And these three features consist of one, that Mother Nature is mobile. She's always on the move, whether it's the wind, or whether it's ocean currents, or the flow of rivers, and of course, the movement of creatures, animals, insects, and so forth, which makes, of course, property rights very difficult to enforce. What we do here translates into the future, has consequences in the future and far away, perhaps. And you're familiar with that aspect of Mother Nature's characteristic, namely mobility. But there are two other features which I want to concentrate on now. One is many of these processes are silent and they're invisible. And I've suggested that they are, when you think about deep in the oceans, what's going on there in the soils and so forth. And allied to this concentration of processes is the fact that we may think of Mother Nature as a bewildering array of rhythms of widely different periodicity and spatial extent. Think of the speed with which bacterial life transforms itself. Seconds. Compare that to an oak tree or the succession of forests, which we're looking at. Now we're looking at periodicity of hundreds of years. And then there are, of course, ocean currents, which take thousands of years to roll, okay? And it seems to me that it is the processes, Mother Nature's processes, the maintenance and regulating services on the basis of which all of life depends, is at the heart of much religious thinking. When I was in school in Varanasi, we had a daily assembly at which our music teacher and his students would chant, sing Vedic hymns. And they would be there would be incantations to dawn, dusk, birth and death, creation, and so forth. And so these hymns spoke to these rhythms, something that we are losing touch with because we are concentrating on provisioning goods, our needs for these goods which are supplied by these processes. Invocation to these processes bring us in touch, at least bring me in touch with what I can only call the transcendent. Avoiding thinking about these processes as we tend to in the modern era has also shaped our sense of the aesthetics. We think of nature as orderly. Great art looks at still life, scenes, natural scenes from a distance, and they're always clean, at least in our sense of cleanliness. And in fact, we've evolved our sense, the sense of our aesthetic sense is evolved to think of nature as an orderly and neat object. And by nature, of course, I mean all the ecosystem, the mangrove forests, the coral reefs, the wetlands, the rainforests, and the grasslands, and so forth. But it seems to me when you concentrate on processes, then you begin to see that, maybe our perception, our aesthetic perception is biased. In the autumn, when you go for a walk and you see rotting leaves, fungal growth on decaying timber. It's not beautiful in the conventional sense, but of course, if you think of them as processes, if you accept them as manifestation of processes, they have an unearthly beauty. The two features that I emphasized at the start, that Mother Nature's processes are often invisible and silent, makes life very difficult for us in the sense that we easily tarnish her. And the reason is that silence and invisibility and spatial range of events makes it very difficult to monitor our own behavior. Others can't see what we are doing. And so the law or social norms of behavior are not very effective. They're not effective because for norms to function, people need to know what you have done, and then you can be told off, if you like. And of course, the law can't operate unless there's ways of verifying what a miscreant has done. Which is why in my review, I ended by recognizing that there is just so much we can do to alleviate the problems that we have created for ourselves by relying on the law or even social norms of behavior, because monitoring is so difficult. So what does one do? It seemed to me, and that's where the review ends, we need to be our own judge and jury. And it's self-monitoring that can keep us from spoiling nature, insulting her to the extent that we do, sometimes even without knowing. How do you generate that? It seemed to me that the only way to do that is if we develop a love for nature, and love for the processes that describe nature. How do you create that love? Again, it seemed to me it will be education. That is, if from the earliest stages of our lives, we are trained to be naturalists, so nature studies join forces with reading, writing, and arithmetic as the basic educational topics. Then when children from the earliest years, but particularly now that we are becoming an urbanized society, muck around in nature, dig up a bit of soil to see what's going on, getting an understanding of these bewilderingly fascinating processes will generate a reverence for this incredible world we have been born into. Thank you very much.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. When we meet each other, everyone has different way to treating and saying hello. However, we Sikhs meet to saying Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, Sat Sri Akal. And these are those instruments on which our spiritual masters have used to do kirtan in their time, last just 550 years ago. And the founder of our Sikh faith, first spiritual master, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, 553 years ago, wrote these hymns as part of first prayer of Sikhs, Japji Sahib, connecting the nature elements to spiritual journey. Almighty is inside us as well as in His creation, so let's enjoy it. Thank you so much. Vaheguru Pavan Guru Pani Peka Pavan Guru
जिन्नी नाम ते आया जिन्नी नाम ते आया जिन्नी नाम ते आया जिन्नी नाम ते आया के मशक्कत कार नानक देव करो जले नानक देव को जले नानक देव
Let us pledge to care, conserve environment to sustain life on the planet, protect natural habitats within your local area, and enhance our journey on spiritual goals. Thank you so much. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Bole Sonia
Sri Akal.
Our next esteemed guest is Brother Benedict Ayodi, a Capuchin Franciscan friar, the Outreach Officer for Franciscans International, and the Programs Coordinator for Africa for the Laudato Si movement. Working between New York and Kenya, Brother Ben is a member of the Justice, Peace, and Integrity Creation Working Group, focusing on climate safety and justice for future generations. Please welcome Brother Benedict Ayodi.
Good morning and Jambo, Hakuna Matata, and so humbled to be here today and to stand before you at this Parliament of World Religions. I'd like to start with a story. In Lampedusa, a small island on the Mediterranean in the province of Sicily in Italy, I happened to meet a young man by the name of Mose, who had just arrived by boat from Eritrea in East Africa. As part of my pastoral service as a Franciscan, I had a mission of receiving and giving spiritual counseling and comfort to traumatized refugees arriving on boats from Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Mose happened to tell me of his harrowing experience on the sea. At around 2 a.m. in the early morning hours, the overcrowded fishing boat drifted less than half a mile off of Lampedusa. For the estimated 300 people packed on board, the twinkling lights of the island signified the end of a long and difficult journey. Each had paid $1,500 to the smugglers to make the crossing. With the land in sight, they steered and began excitedly to prepare for their arrival in Europe. For them, freedom was here at last. They hoped it would be the end of their suffering. No more drought and famine. No more oppression and lack of human rights. No more conflict and war. They sang freedom at last. After 36 hours on the sea with the noise of the diesel engine, there was sudden silence. The only sound was the slap of waves against the old wooden boat. The captains of migrant vessels such as these often cut the engine within sight of land and wait for the Coast Guard to tow them on shore. This allows the crew to disappear into the crowd and avoid arrest for people smuggling. Below deck, it was crowded and hot, with too many seasick passengers crammed into the confined space, including women and children. But fate was not on their side. The engine of the boat had stalled, now drifting with engine off. The boat's pump was no longer active, and seawater began to pour in. Tragedy indeed befell them. More than 250 people drowned that day. A few survived to tell the story, including this young man I was meeting, Mose from Eritrea. This is just one story of climate-induced migration in the Horn of Africa. The continent has contributed less than 4% to the total greenhouse gas emission, but has already suffered serious consequences from biodiversity loss to reduced food production. This, as you know, is in the backdrop of an economy emerging from the ravages of COVID-19 and effects of historical development deficit in many global South countries. Vanessa Nakate, a climate activist from Uganda, once said, "Climate change is more than statistics. It's more than data points. It's more than net zero targets. It's about people. It's about the people who are being impacted right now, the vulnerable, the people living on the margins." Addressing the climate crisis is about more than just stopping new fossil fuel extractions, reducing pollution, and mitigating the impacts that global economics and energy systems have on the climate. But it must also be about protecting basic human rights through climate adaptation. Making connections between human rights and a harmonious, healthy planet is possible when one begins to understand the impacts of climate change and the ways in which those impacts affect us, our families, and the communities, and the future generation. Going back to the sad story of Moses, I wondered what I will say to him. Will prayer help? Will giving him food and shelter console him? How could he and many others find healing and consolation? I remember the words of Prophet Micah from the Bible. "This is what I require of you, that you do justice, and you love kindly, and you walk humbly with your God." In the current situation, we may be living through times of unprecedented change, but in certainty lies the power to influence the future. Now is not the time to despair, but to act. The time to act. St. Francis of Assisi would humbly proclaim, "Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope." Franciscans International participated in a broad civil society coalition that advocated for recognizing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment by the United Nations General Assembly. The question, thank you. The question before us as people of faith and working in the margins of society is how we translate this resolution into societal transformation. Given our moral and spiritual charism and the large network we have in the grassroots, we not only influence national policies through our local initiatives, but also promote and enhance healthy and sustainable living. We are driven towards this work as long before the current climate crisis. St. Francis of Assisi wrote Laudato Si, praise to you. This was the concept of common creaturehood under one God. We therefore view the environment as a common good, belonging to all and meant for all. The urgent challenge to protect our common home, says Pope Francis in the encyclical Laudato Si, includes a concern to bring a whole human family together to seek sustainable and integral development. This is true through such organizations as the Laudato Si movement and many others that are advocating against the EACOP, the East African oil pipeline that is to move from Uganda to Tanzania. Indeed, at this time of worldwide transformation and considering the example of St. Francis, we are all challenged to reflect on our lifestyle, personal, communal, and socio-political, and deepen our commitment to living solidarity with those who are most impoverished of humanity and of all the rest of creation. This is a call for courage and unity, where every woman and man has opportunity and skills to contribute, especially the most marginalized, where sustainability means much more than green laws and policies. It means new ways of thinking and behaving as global citizens. We must use such opportunities as the Parliament of World's Religion to dialogue and discover the essence of our humanity. Saint Mother Teresa once said, if we have no peace, it is because we have forgotten that we belong to each other. In our African Ubuntu philosophy, we say, I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am. So what makes me human is all of us. During his last days on earth, St. Francis of Assisi said, I have done what is mine. May Christ teach you what is yours. We can only change the world in so much far we can change ourselves. We can only give away who we are. We can only offer to others what God has done in us. Thank you very much. Pace bene.
Some years ago, our citizens and the children are striking because of you. Agenda 2030, still like a dream. We're losing our right because of you guys.
Look at the way the temperature is very high. Everyone will want to have an environment that is very friendly, an environment that is free of pollution.
Cutting down the trees, causing more pollution and then a lung infection. People are dying and okay, I'm crying. So we have to try to keep environment high sanitation, and then stop corruption. We make a better future for the next generation. We need participation, not isolation. Involve our leaders for a better contribution. We have the right to live Africa vuka to the world. Serikali kuna shida muna kuza tumaba. Mazingira muna sahau tupate maji angalau.
King, of course in my palace nobody can be like me. I'm a champion every day, I got the message. I really need your sense in the moment of silence. Togetherness, let's strike for the change. Africa, look out to the world. Uwezi leta drought in my hood. My mother linipenda na tena kunitunza binadamu kata miti. Maisha ikawa gumu every time, every day. Watu wanalia balanja, limewatikisa. I never knew, cheki limewaka kama moto. Habari munapata kama ndoto. Walai bilai, mazingira nilokuwa kushinda ndoto. Isali Grat all the way from Rubem.
We declare climate emergency. We ask you to divert from fossil fuel and invest in renewable energy.
justice is all that we need. Climate justice is all that we need. Stop coal business, fossil business. Climate justice is all that we need. Killing innocent people with greediness and selfishness, and climate justice is all that we need.
Africa, Africa. Do it for us and the next generation, yeah.
Africa fossil free.
Africa, Vuka. Vuka, Kosuko. Vuka, Africa, Vuka. Fossil free start. Vuka, Africa, Vuka. Vuka, Kosuko. Vuka, Africa, Vuka. Because fossil
Here today to introduce us to a crucial initiative for climate justice is Reverend Abby Mohop. Abby is Director of Education and Training for Green Faith, holds Masters of Divinity and of Theology from McCormick Theological Seminary, is a PhD candidate at Drew Theological School, and an incredible friend. Please welcome Reverend Abby Mohop to introduce the Fossil Fuels Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Thank you. Friends, we know that fossil fuels are the primary cause of the climate crisis. They account for 86% of CO2 emissions in just the past decade. They are a threat to global economy, health, peace, and climate security. The IPCC Sixth Assessment Report explicitly notes that the world is set to reach the 1.5 degrees Celsius level within the next 2 decades, and attests that only the most drastic cuts in carbon emissions from now on would help prevent an even greater environmental disaster. Scientists have been warning for decades about the catastrophic results on the climate if the world reaches average temperatures above 1.5 Celsius. And yet governments are ignoring the science, and they keep expanding and funding the problem. Emissions from fossil fuels keep rising. But stopping new projects alone isn't enough. We must phase out existing production. Even if no new fossil fuels, if no new projects were built from today onward, emissions from existing coal, oil, and gas infrastructure alone will blow the carbon budget by more than 130%. And so that is why we are calling for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, which would complement the Paris Agreement, which does not mention oil, gas, and coal. It would complement it by tackling the biggest contributor to climate change. A treaty would also significantly strengthen global cooperation on the climate emergency. The treaty calls for 3 things. First, a just energy transition, which would support and sufficiently finance a global shift to renewable energy where no worker, community, or country is left behind. Second, it calls for non-proliferation, or stopping the expansion of any new coal, oil, or gas. And 3, it calls for a fair phase-out of existing production in line with 1.5 Celsius per the climate agreement in Paris. People of faith all over the world have endorsed this treaty as a faithful response to the crisis at hand. We hail from many faiths and beliefs, but together we can remedy the decades of negligence and unfaithfulness to safeguard our coexistence with this earth and each other. And just as our beliefs are entrenched in religious and spiritual teachings, our response to the climate crisis must be deeply rooted in science and equity to heal the planet and people alike. So sign the letter, the faith letter in support of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty today. And in just a moment, there'll be a slide up with the QR code. Thank you.
The generation that grew up with nuclear weapons were told to hide under their desks in case of attack. This generation faces an even greater threat, the climate crisis. And again, they have nowhere to hide. While citizens, cities, and countries are working to reduce their emissions, behind our backs, the coal, oil, and gas industry continues to rapidly expand fossil fuels, driving catastrophic warming. Surviving the climate crisis requires a bold new idea. Introducing the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. Why a treaty? 50 years ago, the world signed a non-proliferation treaty to avoid nuclear war. In 1987, the Montreal Protocol protected the ozone. The Paris Agreement begins to limit emissions, but doesn't mention coal, oil, or gas. We need a global plan to end the proliferation of fossil fuels and fast-track solutions. A fossil fuel treaty would phase out coal, oil, and gas faster, more fairly, and forever, while supporting workers, communities, and countries dependent on fossil fuels. People around the world are already winning frontline battles against coal, oil, and gas projects. A treaty can bring together these diverse efforts into a powerful and equitable global plan. Endorse the Fossil Fuel Treaty, and together we can drive a just transition to clean energy and a safe climate for generations to come.
Hello again, everyone. As you know, my name is Emily. I am 23 years old, and I have never experienced what it's like to live on a healthy planet. Not once in my lifetime has there been a point where our climate was not in crisis. Since I was born, the global temperature has risen 0.6 of a degree. We have added over 1.5 billion people to the population. Sea levels have risen by over 3 inches. Extreme weather in the US has increased by 30%, and we have lost over 15 trillion tons of ice. When I was 5, they talked about the hole in the ozone layer and told my class that when we grew up, we would be the ones that would find the solution. When I was 8, it was global warming, and they told me that my generation would be the one to solve it. When I was 15, they told us about the island of trash in the Pacific Ocean and said that I would find a way to clean it up. My peers and I have been told time and time again that our generation is the best and the brightest, that we will fix what those before us broke, that when we grew up, it would be our responsibility to solve the climate crisis. But to put that in perspective, there are 7.8 billion people on Earth, and only 1.8 billion of them are between the ages of 10 and 24. So where does that leave the other 6 billion people? No one is off the hook. There is no time. There is no time for procrastination. There's no room for evading responsibility or for passing the buck. Every single one of us is needed. Every one of us, no matter our age, no matter who we are, can and must make a change if we want to stand a chance of saving our Earth. As Jane Goodall put it, every individual matters. Every individual has a role to play. Every individual makes a difference. It starts with each person, right where we are, right when we are, making a definitive and conscious choice to act differently. No one can do all that must be done, but everyone can do something. Accomplishing what is necessary starts with each of us doing what we can. It will be uncomfortable, it will not be easy, but I can promise you it will be worth it. It starts with a single person. It starts with you, making a change in how you live. Then we ask you to share those changes with the people you love. Take it back to your community, your faith group, your congregation, your family, and your friends. But at the same time, we recognize that not everyone has the privilege to make those kinds of changes. Not many people own their own home and can control if the building uses solar power. Not everyone has easy access to a grocery store to buy local produce. In Chicago alone, there are 500,000 people that live in a food desert. So we ask you to consider the system that we live in, a system that does not prioritize the health of our planet. And we ask you to consider how your voice can change the way your country behaves. We are the first generation of humans to have the knowledge, technology, and wealth to create societies that are sustainable and just. With that opportunity comes responsibility. Each of us has the responsibility to do what is right. But where do you start? You start by reflecting on your life and the changes and choices that you make every day. What do you spend money on daily? What sort of trash do you throw away? How much plastic, how many single-use products are you using? It's looking at your life through a new lens and evaluating your habits through their impact on the earth. Are you wasting energy by leaving lights on? Are you taking public transit? Are you eating local foods? Are you leaving lights on and running water and leaving appliances plugged in? That's why we ask you to reflect on your personal, individual choices and make a change. But we cannot and we must not stop there. Because no matter how much we do as individuals, it isn't enough. Because just 100 fossil fuel companies are responsible for 71% of global emissions. And so we ask that you endorse the Fossil Fuels Non-Proliferation Treaty, as Reverend Abby Mohop just shared. The burning of coal, oil, and gas is responsible for 86% of carbon emissions in the past decade. With these emissions also come the costs of local pollution, environmental degradation, and health impacts associated with extracting, refining, transporting, and burning fossil fuels. It's time for that to end. You can endorse this as an individual, as an organization, as a faith group, and even as a city. Then we ask you to consider the problem with plastics. Half of all plastics ever manufactured have been made in the last 15 years. We produced 448 million tons of plastic in 2015 alone, and we're projected to double that annual production by 2050. About 8 million tons of that escapes into our oceans every year. There's an island of trash in the ocean called the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, composed of 1.8 trillion pieces of plastic, which is equivalent to 250 pieces of plastic for every human on the world. So we ask that you endorse the treaty to end plastics, which calls upon members of the United Nations to create a legally binding global instrument on plastic pollution, including measures along the entire life cycle of plastics, its production, transport, use, and disposal. But our climate crisis is trifold: pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss. The Living Planet Index, created by the World Wildlife Fund, estimates that since 1970, we have seen an average 69% decrease in monitored wildlife populations. More than 41,000 animal species worldwide are threatened with extinction, including 41% of all amphibians, almost 33% of reef-forming corals, 27% of the world's mammals, and 13% of all known bird species. So we ask that you read and endorse the statement made by the Faiths for Biodiversity Coalition and see how you can join the movement to protect 30% of the earth, land, and ocean by the year 2030. Then we ask you to consider the future. What are we leaving to the coming generations? The Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, has proposed repurposing an institution of the UN to safeguard the future of the coming generations by saving our planet and providing a path for stewardship of the global commons. So we ask that you learn more about the proposal and consider supporting the call. And lastly, we call on you to support the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, recognized by the United Nations as a universal human right last July. This is a monumental step forward, but the work in getting this right realized in legal systems across the world begins now. We cannot just say that we're changing and will be better moving forward. We have to fix the damage that we've already caused. We must center this conversation on loss and damage and human rights and reparations. We must center this conversation on climate justice and a just transition for those communities that have had the least impact and yet bear the worst scars of climate change. We've put all of these items in one central place where you can find all the links to endorse the statements and learn more and take action. All you need to do is scan this code. It's as simple as this. If we have the ability to change, we have the responsibility to change. As diverse as our cultures and faith traditions may be, it is certain that we share the planet, and it is certain that we will share the future.
Have you enjoyed this plenary? And the one the other night? And the Amazon Assembly? This is our hero. A curtain call for Emily. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Yes. Reverend Gerald Durley is a pioneer of the civil rights movement. He is also a pioneer of the climate movement. And he would tell you, and may in just a moment, tell you that they're the same movement. He has been a pastor for 25 years. He has been a leader for almost as long as I've been alive. That's a long time. He and Jesse Jackson started at the age of 18 their civil rights careers on the same day and were together. There's one more thing that Reverend Durley is, which we need even more than we need pastors. Gerald Durley is a prophet. Please welcome the Reverend Gerald Durley.
Hello. Oh, I can't hear you. Hello. I'm excited about being here today. This is the day that God has made. There are no accidents that I'm here and that you're there. I'm honored to be joined with my co-warriors, co-laborers, and co-conspirators who have been summoned here by God. This is no accident that Chicago has been selected as the city where we come together and shake each other and grab each other and hold on to one another to know that this is our time, this is our moment. This is the day that we must come together across all faiths and make a difference on our climate and help the environment to grow. I think about the world. The earth now is convulsing with hurricanes and tornadoes and wildfires, floods, droughts, food deserts, earthquakes, polluted water, plant life devastation. But I think the worst thing that's happening in America today is the climate insensitivity and ignorance that is produced by human beings who refuse to deny that climate change is real. I didn't come here today to be a harbinger of doom, a naysayer about what we're not doing. I did not come here to point fingers to the people who are destroying our earthly homes and our environment and our inhabitants. I stopped by briefly to say that we are no longer talking about climate change because we can see that the climate has already changed. We now must get excited about what it is that we do. The UN General Secretary said that we're not in climate change, but global warming. All of us have attended environmental meetings, conferences, seminars, international treaties all over the world. The world politicians are here today. The leaders are here today. The business leaders are here, and all of them are fully aware of the impending destruction of the planet. Yet it seems that everyone is fixed on profits over people and the progressive of what we're doing to each other. Given the world, climate, and reality of our time, it is now imperative than ever before that the interfaith community, that we unite as one collaborative, challenged, cohesive, coordinating, charging voice to do what compelled us in the civil rights movement to do, the thing that kept us going when no one paid us any attention, when they said you'll never get the right to vote, when they said you'll never have the right to work where you can when you want to work, even though you had enough education. Dr. King would look at all of us and understand that there are two things that make a movement. We have to say one thing: this is not a climate campaign. This is not an environmental campaign. This is a movement. Campaigns have a way to end, but we're not going to end. We're going to keep on marching, and we're going to keep on standing up, and we're going to keep on talking. This is not a campaign. So Dr. King would always ask one question when we wanted to give up, when we wanted to quit. He said, what are you willing to sacrifice, and what are you willing to risk? If you're not willing to sacrifice and not willing to risk, all you're going to do is keep coming to conferences and talking about it. When you leave here, somebody ought to be excited enough to tell somebody that I was at a mountaintop experience at the McCormick Place, and I need to talk to you about how do I take what I've learned, how do I bring it home, and how do we improve the planet and sustain the effort. Somebody ought to be happy about that and know what you're going to do when you leave here. It's not just another movement. It's not just another talk. I know that we have the knowledge, the capabilities, and we have the skills and general know-how to do something with this global runaway train. But I must be honest today, at the expense of appearing to be somewhat negative, I must say that the survey of the landscape now, collectively, we do not seem to have the willpower to stand up for justice and sacrifice. We would prefer to have a profitable bottom line and comfortable lifestyles. This is my 63rd year in the movement for civil rights, for human rights, for justice, for equality, for equity, for inclusion, and saving the planet now has moved up to the top. I believe that it is absolutely essential that the climate movement and the civil rights and human rights movement become one coordinated effort. Because when we fought, I never thought when I got to Nashville, Tennessee in 1960, and the man told me to go to the back of the bus. How could he tell me to go to the back of the bus? I was an All-American basketball player in Denver, Colorado. My name was the Double D, the double defensive, delectable, darling, dynamic, dangerous, devastating D from Denver. Who are you going to tell me to go to the back of the bus? But the laws were in place, so we fought to change the laws because our constitutional right said we had the right to vote, the right to work where we wanted to write, where we wanted to go. And I believe in the climate movement, we have the right to clean air. We have the right to clean water. We have the right to an ocean that's plastic-free. We have a right. Therefore, the constitutional rights of the movement in the civil rights and the human rights and the environmental rights must come together. Dr. King said when we got disappointed, when we wanted to quit, when we wanted to turn around, when we thought there was no sensitivity to our cause for justice, he would say this, and I quote, "We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope. Our lives begin to end the day that we become silent about the things that matter. I'm convinced now that nothing in all of the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Today we are called deliberately to come together to be more important about action. All of the great religions talk about how do we come together. When I think about the Jewish tradition, it says this: when God created the first human being, God led them around all the trees of the Garden of Eden and said, See my works, how lovely they are, how fine they are. Take care not to corrupt and destroy my world. When I look at the native spirituality, it says, "Oh, great spirit, help us learn the lessons you have hidden in every rock." When I look at Shinduism, return the things given to the human as a gift of nature to the original place. Taoism, in harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious, the world and the earth is solid and full of all creatures that flourish together. All faiths talk about this. As we leave this world parliament, we must realize that environmental justice is broader than environmental equity, which means when you talk about equity, equal treatment and protection under many statutes and regulations, practices, emphasizing the right to a safe and healthy environment for all people, and incorporating physical, social, political, and economic justice under the heading of the environment. We must stand up and speak out against anybody that speaks about discrimination, policymaking, enforcement of laws that target communities of color for disposal sites and polluting industries, municipal landfills. Speak out against them, hazardous waste facilities, nuclear waste dumps, manufacturing and sale of hazardous products, international distribution of toxic waste. We've got to speak out against those things that we began to say that we're all in this together. People of faith, this is our time. This is our moment. We've been charged to speak out for the least, the lost, the left behind, those that don't know, those that are in hovels. You and I, our role is not to just come to a conference, but to leave here with the idea that we will go back and make a difference. All of those who agree with me ought to say there ought to be some excitement. I stopped coming to conferences like this. I stopped because I would come and everybody would talk and we would talk and we'd go back and it kept getting worse. Some type of way we've got to be that catalytic force that will make a difference on global boiling at this time. This movement, not this campaign, is now considered very important in the civil and the human rights movement. It is our time, it is our turn to make a difference. I feel I can put this in perspective. When I go back and think about in our tradition, so many times they would talk about in the African American community, are you all really concerned about the environment? You pollute the least, but you suffer the most. And a lot of times when I'm getting up trying to involve people, trying to get people involved, I have to go back to an old ancient story. And I think we can learn something from the writings of antiquity. There was a story written, even though this is all interfaith and world religions, I'll take my little moment from the book of Nehemiah in the Old Testament. When you think about Nehemiah, he was very much like those of you who I'm looking at today. Here was a young man who had risen to the top in his hometown. He was considered a very bright and brilliant person. He had gone to the greatest of universities, and everybody knew him, but his town was captured by an empire, and he was brought to that place, and he worked for the king, and he began to grow up under the king of another society. And you know, when you get in another society and you start making a little money and you got a new car, a new chariot, you think you're somebody. But whenever you get too high for your people, one of his friends came by and said, wait a minute, come here, let me talk to you just for a minute. Do you know what's happening back at home? He said, no, I'm working for the king. He said, everything has been torn down. The educational system is torn down. The political system is corrupt. The health system has gone astray, and the faith system has faded. You've got to come home and make a difference. When you leave this mountaintop experience, you've got to go back to your place and make a difference. You've got to be convicted on the inside so you'll be converted on the outside to make a conversation to whoever's standing next to you. This is the time, and it's our time. And as the story would go, he went back to his hometown, as you will go back to your hometown or your organization. And he raised the question, what am I willing to sacrifice and what am I willing to risk? And he started working. He started building a wall and bringing back up the environment in that area. He started talking about how are we going to change the water flow? How are we going to look at clean air? How are we going to look at toxic waste dumps in the area? And he began to work. But you know what? Whenever you start doing a good work, expect somebody to challenge you. Expect an enemy to come in. In this case, they came in from every side. So he had to pull his people together. And in this particular text, here's the word I want you to remember when you go home. It said, he became successful because of one thing. The people had a mind to work. The people had a mind to work. Do we have a mind to work when we leave a gathering of this nature? Do we have a mind to work? Do we have a mind to grow? Do we have a mind to increase? When the people have a mind to work, we will not be defeated. But they started working, and he had bricklayers around him. He had architects around him. He had those that carried the water. He had the cooks around him. And the warriors would protect them so they could work. But listen at this, and this is what I want you to see, because this is who you are, who I'm speaking with today. The people that he kept closest to him were the trumpet blowers. Now, why would he keep the trumpet blowers close to him? He said, no, I've got the warriors, but I need the trumpet blowers to stay next to me. They said, well, what about the cooks and the what? He said, I need the trumpet blowers next to me. So today I'm saying that you are the trumpet blowers of the modern day movement. You are those that will help us to rebuild the wall and stabilize the society and the community and the environment. We are the modern day trumpet blowers here at this Parliament. We must blow our trumpet against corporations who continue to pollute the environment to make a profit. We must blow our trumpet against politicians who are more concerned about power rather than people. We must blow our trumpet against scientists who refuse to speak up of fear for losing their job. We must blow our trumpet for the unethical rights and moral decisions that are being made. We must blow our trumpet for environmental justice. We must blow our trumpet for environmental equity. Do you have a trumpet out there? We must blow our trumpet. Are you ready? Can I find a few trumpet blowers? As you leave this place, grab your trumpet. Get all the information that you have. Tune your trumpet up. Put a new mouthpiece in. We need to blow our trumpet. We will not be bought. We will not bow. We will not back up. We will not bend, nor will we break. But we will blow our trumpet. Blow your trumpet. Scan the code and blow your trumpet. Can I get some trumpet blowers? How many trumpet blowers do I have in here who are ready to go back? If you're a trumpet blower, stand on your feet. Stand up. Stand up, trumpet blowers. You stand up. Look, enemy, these are the real trumpet blowers right here. Go and blow your trumpet. Thank you. Blow your trumpet.
Please welcome back from the Chicano Indigenous Nation of the Amazon, representative of the Indigenous Ayahuasca Conference, Diara Chicano.
I didn't bring my trumpet, but I have this beautiful instrument that comes from the forest. And we say this is the sound of the voice of the waters, of the rivers, of the heart of our grandmother, our mother, of our own heart. And I would like to thank all the prayers, all the words of wisdom that representatives from all over the world have come to share in this beautiful space. The song, we sing it in the middle of the ceremony when the energy is high, to reunite all this message and send it to the Great Spirit, send it to the water, sending to the forest, sending to the wind, so it can spread and reach the heart of every living being that exists in our world. Boka Datra Bayaga Boka Boka Datra Kumaga Kapi Hari Patire Umiko Hari Patire Anu, thank you, grandfather, grandmother of the universe, for having this beautiful opportunity of life and being here together, sharing the message of the beauty, the love of life, as the best ancestors we can be today, walking and praying for the future generations, honoring all the generations of the past, every nation, in every song and every language, to honor the beauty of your creation, life, and nature. Anu, thank you.
A membership for the Parliament of the World's Religions is a perfect way to stay engaged and involved before, during, and after Parliament convenings. Your Parliament of the World's Religions membership is an essential way to support the Parliament's mission and efforts. Your membership supports the Parliament's efforts in a variety of ways by helping fund causes like religious and economic justice, climate action and commitments, women's dignity, fostering a global ethic, among many others. Your Parliament of the World's Religions membership also comes with many exclusive benefits. We created the member program in 2018 as a way to keep members engaged after the Parliament convenings. With exclusive virtual events, digital content, and social forums, your membership is designed to continue your interfaith-based learning while keeping you connected to fellow Parliament of the World's Religions members.